Hello and welcome in. How are we? It is time for some more Phas, more Willer Streets. Kind of have a mission to try to get the ghost to pick basically like every room as a favorite room at some point. Not one ghost, just in general. But I need to unlock the badge for the 50 runs at Willer's. So we're gonna work on that too. Tis the plan. What song is this? Exclamation point song. Hello, friends. Welcome in. How to use the animated Twitch drops? Do exclamation point drops, friend. There's links in there that tell you how to set it all up. Yep. Super simple. But yeah, more animated, more Twitch, more Willers. Let's go. Hello, hello, more Willers. That's right. Tis right. It's interview jamming while sick. Best time ever. Oh, devil, I hope you feel better. I'm sorry. Oh, hello. No, please. You just do you, boo boo. Good for her. Tell her I love her. You brush your hair, please. Thank you, ma'am. What? Okay. I love you. I just got done talking to her. Hi, caramba. How's it going, friends? Good to see you all. She just got done with dance. She needed to take a shower. She was stinky. Yeah. What if I don't have any hair? Then, I don't know, brush the cat. That's all I got, Tom. That's all I know what to do, sir. Hi, Tom. I'm glad that you didn't lose your voice earlier, man. I'm glad, because I know, like, when I got in there, you sounded like you were basically done. I was like, oh, no. But it sounded like it was fine. Yeah, which was great. Thank goodness. Is this for the cat one? That's correct. Yeah, it's the same badge for a week. Yeah, they're not going to do one. What they're not going to do is they're not going to do a badge one day and then the next day do a completely different badge. The closest thing that they would do to that would be doing an animated version one day. Then the next day you might be getting the static. But the difference is that right now you can earn the animated and the static at the same time in my channel. Going to be live on YouTube tonight too? Yeah. Tis the plan. Yeah, I usually wait till we're about to get into the gameplay and then I start streaming on the tubes. So we're not there yet. Twiz, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Captain, thank you for the 2 months. Chase, thank you for the 17. Coda, thank you for the 31. Hello, friends. How art thou? Has people been playing the update? How is it? Good? Yes? Your first no evidence was a blood moon? That's correct. Yep. Was not intended. I figured it would be like Grafton, where it's like it takes 15 years for me to get a blood moon. Oh, no. Literally our first no evidence run, and I load into a blood moon. Yeah, wait till you see, if you've missed the past couple streams, yeah, wait till you see tomorrow's video. Yeah, just wait. Love the update. Dude, it's good. It's really good. The game is feeling smooth. Yeah. What about my people playing multiplayer? How about that? Definitely play the update this weekend. Heck yeah. Oh, dude, I love Willow Street. Willow Street's so great. And honestly, the update is probably making me like it even more. Yeah. It's just such a good map. It's so great. I played multiplayer and it's been good. Heck yeah. Pet sitting, so I have to wait until the first to play the map. I gotcha. Multiplayer is pretty laggy. Is it? I haven't heard it that much. Well, I haven't heard people having laggy issues. Connection issues for multiplayer. Really? Ooh. Interesting. So maybe others haven't tried. I haven't tried multiplayer either. So maybe they're still having server issues. The Yuri ability, I don't know. They said it's fixed. I haven't run into it to be able to speak to it. Yes. Don't recommend new Ghost on 150 speed Blood Moon. I nearly cried. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh, Mr. Tom. Can't wait to play this weekend. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Did you see Tom got the new Ghost during a Blood Moon? I didn't see the Blood Moon game. No, I jumped in there whenever he had the new Ghosty for the first time. I was there for that. Our motion sensors are bugged last night for some reason. If you're running into anything, just make sure you're reporting it. Above anything else, if you're running into anything with this update, report. Don't think, well, other people have probably reported it. The more that we report something that's wrong, the more likely it is that they're going to address the issues. Did you hear the cat on Willow? I did. Yeah, if that hiding spot in the master bedroom is open in the closet, you can hear a cat. But we did use a video camera to look inside the safe and also the hamper. Yeah, there's nothing there. So we think it might be a ghost kitty of sorts. Maybe. I can't seem to find the voodoo doll on Willow Street. The voodoo doll is in the master bedroom in the back corner on top of the little kitty house. Where can we report it? The Phasmo Discord. Always. A dot cat? Oh, how cool would that be? That would actually be cool. Like, you could only see the cat if you had dots and it decided to interact with it. That would be cool. I like that a lot. Can ghosts kill twice in one hunt? Well, on Nightmare, the ghosts have extended hunts. So whenever they kill someone, they can continue hunting and continue killing. So they can kill 4 times, not just once or twice. Next ghost is going to be a cat. I kind of hope we don't get any more. I think we're good. There's been a big discussion that's been popping up recently about all the ghosts that we have, and especially the new ones, and about just how, and Ensign brought this up too, that a lot of the ghosts, especially as of recently, they just don't have a lot of unique stuff that happens outside of hunts. And while, yeah, it's cool to see the different hunt behaviors, like the speeds and things, the way they act, the Cormos is awesome. It literally can't see you unless it hears you. But you have to make it hunt every single time to find out like half of them. And it's like, it would be cool to see more unique abilities or just traits, behaviors from the ghosts. So we'll see, man. I don't know. Not a bug. Thank you for the 3-month Prime. Joel, thank you for the 4 months. The animated drops, by the way, are going until the 28th. So you have like 6 days. You're totally fine. Yeah. No, clearly we need 50 ghosts. Never forget. Never forget. We're on fire for over 20 days now, and we're finally told that we can go home tomorrow. Oh my God. Hi, caramba. What region of the world are you in, friend? Hey, Sheza, how are you? Played the new map today. It's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I like it too. I feel you. More unique abilities for the ghosts. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be abilities, just behavior. Different behaviors for the ghosts to make them feel, to make you think you have a certain ghost. Not necessarily like a immediate tell, but just it makes you think, oh, this could be this ghost because it's really acting like this. Like shades, pulties, you know what I mean? So it's not like a guarantee. You're like, man, that ghost is throwing a lot. It doesn't mean it's a pulty, but it's more than likely one. Yeah. Jay Fry, hello. Blackjack, good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for all the follows, friends. Great to have you, Fancy. Thank you for the biddies. Girthquake, thank you for the 45 months. Had a horrible flood here last night. It was so bad. Damn. I hope everyone's staying safe. Weather's been crazy. Yeah. What's up, Mark? Hi, Lodge. How are you, friend? I love it when Kinetic makes the ghost just similar enough to make you question yourself. Yeah, I definitely don't mind that. I don't mind if they are similar enough to make you have to ask yourself twice. The fam is good. Everyone's doing great. The fam is uber excited because they got to have Chick-fil-A today. I was wondering if you hide by the cat during a hunt, does it give away your location when it makes noise? Probably not. I would say the odds of that are very low. Yeah. Thank you for the follows, friends. Babby, thank you for the Prime. Let me open up Phasmo so we can get kicking. So I can get these Willer runs in here. No, I'm playing solo. Solo today. Yeah. So what came in? Oh, Blondie. Oh. So I got a notification from the P.O. box again. I'm like, what the hell is it this time? I for sure thought, oh, that's more gross sodas for sure, right? And it felt heavy and I could almost hear the liquid. And I was like, oh my God, dude, I don't need any more. I swear we have enough. I promise. The fridge is full. I do promise. It's not. They're not. They're not. Ugh. So I got this box and I was like, what the hell? So it's not gross sodas. They're like just different sodas from around the country. I'm pretty sure they're from around the country. Yeah. Like this one's from Texas. Don't shake mine when it comes in. Oh, what the hell does that mean? But yeah, there's a whole box of different ones in here. One from New York? Wait, I'm gonna have to like film like a taste test or something like that with some of these. Northwest? Oh, Washington? Yeah, all kinds of different ones in here. Route 66? That's cool. Bubble Up? It's like a lemon lime soda. Where's this from? I don't see a state where it's like Maine. I don't know. Oh no, but it has a kiss of lemon, whatever it is. Yeah. Could add good sodas to the wheel? I could. I almost feel like it's appropriate though. I feel like I've heard of Rocket Fizz. I feel like it's almost appropriate to like taste test these and then like make like a video out of it. Not for like the main channel or anything like that, just for fun. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Talvinor, thank you for the biddies, friend. Try them? I'm not trying them right now. We got games to play. I'm not trying them right now. Ugh. But I did put the liquid death inside of the fridge though. Yeah. We got more weird soda. No, those are normal. No. Those are normie sodas. Yeah. Bubble Up is Ohio and makes a great mixer. Well, there you go. All right, let's make sure that everything is honky-dory. Make sure the game is looking smooth. You guys tell me if it looks like we're having any issues. It looks like it's okay for now, or the game feels okay. Every time you get a perfect, drink a fun soda. Fancy, thank you for the biddies. Oh, I was like, why is it hot in here? Oh, because the fan's pointing the other direction. Schmoove, beautiful. All right, cool. The OBS is being weird. I don't know why. OBS was not looking as schmoove. Wild West, hello. Doing well, friend. So you don't have Green River soda in there, Flash? I need to send you some. Green River? What the hell is Green River soda? Someone in chat's real upset. No, they are not. No. There was no... They forgot to include a note. That they sent it. But no, it was CDP. CDP Sings is who sent the stuffs. They sent multiple things. They sent me a Dark Flash. They sent me the Liquid Deaths. Yeah, so freaking nice. So kind, dude. Just got home from work. Nice. There was an OBS update. Oh God. I didn't, when I opened OBS, it did not give me any notifications about needing an update. So it seemed okay. Ghost Hunting Nana, thank you for the 6 months. All right. Do that there. Do that there. Do that there. Oh, I'm very well aware that the blue cheese soda that was sent to me was definitely from Emory. There's absolutely no question about that. Yeah. Nobody is shocked about that. It sounds absolutely wretched. It's not added to the wheel, but I'll add it there if we have to. If we're forced to. I totally didn't suggest it. Motherfucker. Hey FNAF, good to see you. How are you? No, I do not need more ranch. We have enough. We are fine. It is fine. Makes me sick. Hey Celtic, good to see you. Again, friends, the drops are active. If you have not earned yours yet, you have 6 days, man. You have a lot of time. It is not 2 hours that you have to watch consecutively. It's collectively. So you could have watched an hour yesterday and then you can watch an hour today and then you're good. So if you're watching a kinetic partner like me, then you can earn the animated and the static badge at the same time. So you watch 2 hours of me and then both are unlocked and you're good to go. I used to question if your reactions to the beans were real until I had the Band-Aid flavored one. Yeah, really awful, isn't it? Yeah, there's no, oh, this is for funsies. Nope. They're awful. Absolutely awful. All right, let me do this. Let me do this. Yeah, there's a Band-Aid flavored. There's a Band-Aid flavored bean. Ugh. I think you need another one, you mother fathers. Yes, thank you for the 6 months. Dopey, thank you so much for the prime. I mean, wait, no, sorry. Dopey, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Welcome in. Have you encountered a glitch where you automatically take a picture when you pick up the camera? I have not. I have not. Leona did send me a couple of things, though, that they ran into. So I'll have to review that again. Because they also ran into some stuff. Yeah. Who's heard as a child to create that flavor? Yeah, that's a great question. I don't have an answer. All right. Let's get to Steppins. You've gotten stuck indoors. Did you try going around the door? Did you try moving around it? Again, if you're running into issues, report it. Report it. Report it. Report it. And then report it. Well, see? This is why we're here together. We're all here to work out the problems. I try and go through it. Yeah, but that's not going to work. No shot. What about phasing through the door? Well, I mean, you shouldn't do that. Petition for Floyd to be in the lobby. Hell yeah. I'd be down to have the flamingo in the lobby. Heck yeah. Will there be a trophy for the new ghost in the case? Unlikely. No, and it's a little weird. It is a little weird at this point that we have so many ghosts that we got trophies for whenever they were adding achievements. And then at a point when they started adding more, they're like, oh, we're just not going to add anymore. So we have a bunch of these ghosts where you can't earn trophies, but the old ones you can. So I don't know what the deal is with that. The hard part about that is that they made all these achievements, and one of the achievements that they added was getting all the achievements. So once you've unlocked that, if they add more achievements after that, I don't know. Now, the reason I say that is because all of the trophies are basically attached to the achievements. So I don't know if they plan to allow us to get more trophies at any point. I don't know if they're going to add another case somewhere. If they're like, F it, never mind. Yeah. Do I prefer the old or the new Willow? No. No. For sure. I'm a pretty princess. Damn right I am. Damn right I am. I'd like a cat to be in the lobby. That would be kind of cool too. Yeah. I'm not sold on the idea of adding actual animals, although a ghost cat would be kind of cool. I got to admit. Oh, did they fix? Hold on. Let me go back.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
They fixed it. I went in there and reported it to them, and Tom was like, we're going to work on it. So this is now correct. This is now correct. Ghost cat. Yeah. Hi, Phoenix. I want a real little cat. Okay. Wait, you mean like in real life, or do you mean like a really little one, like a really small one? Fixed what? The dates were wrong. The dates are almost always wrong whenever there's drops starting and I have to remind somebody. Yeah. Trash Bandit, thank you for the biddies. Yeah. So if you guys are confused about it, again, if you do ! drops, you guys click on that link. It will tell you. It's not going to like connect anything. It's just going to tell you how to do it. So if you're needing a reminder about the directions, that's the way to go. Okie dokes. What's up, HP? Shelling, good to see you. How am I liking the new Ghost? I'm liking it. It's cool. I wish that it had more things about it. Why does my game feel dark? Oh, it's weird. Weird. Little paw prints walking around Willow Street would be sad but cute. It would be. It does look darker. Does it look darker? I usually have it on 150. Right? Hawks, they give the 3-month prime. I feel like this would be way too much. Or maybe not. Maybe mine are too. I don't know why I feel like the game is darker. Lulu, my night's going well, friend. How's yours? I think it looked good then and now. Okay. I don't know. The book is a bit bright. It is a bit bright whenever you're doing it like this. I know. I'll put it back to 150, and if it feels dark, then we'll we will move it back. I don't know why for right now it feels dark. Maybe it's just because I turn on the stream lights and it's all bright in my face. I don't know. It's hard to say. How do you report a bug? Discord. The Discord, there's a channel. I mean, technically, actually, wait. Don't we have a link for that? Hold on. No. I think we have a link for that. Is it bugs? Phaz help? Phaz help. There you go. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, technically, the Discord would lead you somewhere else. Of course, we have a link for that. Thank you. So, !Phaz help if you want to report anything. That link will take you directly to where you can report it. I forgot that they changed some of that stuff around. I totally forgot. Sorry. Yeah. Night, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Love the new kitty badge. Me too. Me too, 3 and 4. I need to put back on my... No. Oh, that's right. I can't have this and also this on there. That's just goofball. That's dumb. All right, fine. I'll just do it like this. Hey, Polo, good to see you. Freddy, thank you for the 3 months. Woohoo, update. Let's go. All right, we'll do a Nightmare at Willard's to start, and we'll see where we go from there. I'm in level... I mean, I really shouldn't play ever again, but we're going to anyway. 12 of 50, so we got some work to do. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, sunrise. We need Gnome and Kitty. I know. Or the flamingo. Like being able to put the flamingo and also the cat. If there's a cat, they should add a dog. Okay, and if there's a dog, they should add a lizard. And if they add a lizard, then they should also add a hippo. Where does it end? How do you like the rework? Loving it. Absolutely loving it. Nightmare is my favorite difficulty. I like it because it allows me to still get to use the equipment, but it also challenges me to try to figure out what the ghost is. So I can't just rely on evidence. I have to figure it out other ways. So that's why I like Nightmare so much. Yeah. Yeah, we have a spider. Exactly. Then there'd be a ghost cat. Right. Yeah. Why did you have some tier 1 equipment? I noticed in your loadout before you started playing. Well, the main reason for that is because some of the things that can be upgraded to tier 2. Thank you, Aldoxid. Some of the stuff that can be upgraded to tier 2, I don't care enough to buy. I'd rather just wait for tier 3 to open up like this. The tier 2 sound recorder, in my opinion, sucks and is way worse than the tier 1 because you can't find out where anything is directionally. So I just wait for tier 3. It doesn't matter. This, yeah, I know with the tier 2, you can do the double laser. I could do that, but this works perfectly fine for me. It's fine. Yeah. Am I playing Funnel Runners? I don't think so. I'll check back and see what happens. Okay. What game is this? I don't even know anymore. Looks like Phaz. See, but now I'm questioning everything about life. Tier 2 is pretty much the same as tier 1, in a manner of speaking. Again, you can do the double laser thingy, and that's fine, but nah, whatevs. Whatevs. I observe absence of... Well, maybe it's the training mode. You don't know. All right, let's go. Here, ghosty. Ooh, and I made the suggestion, by the way. I made the suggestion where if the TV gets turned on and also the gaming console, that then the gaming console menu would show up on the TV. So I was told that would be looked into. I wasn't told that it's like a promise it'll happen, but it's just a simple thing that I thought would be cool. You touched that door, didn't you? Yeah, I bet you did. It just seemed almost intuitive, like I expected it to happen. Ah, of course it's not there. Say that today? Yeah. I sure as hell hope not. Alright, give me the UV, the camera. I've got the thermo in there. Let's grab a crucifix just because. God damn it, Aldoxin. Millsy! Hi, friend. How are you? See you, Aiden. Have a good one. Run, run, run. They touch the door. I'm going to see if there's UV. No. Okay. I'm pretty sure I got there in time. I could be wrong. We will see. The house looks the same as before, just the exterior's changed. The interior has only new furbishing and new doors, but the layout retained the same. Correct. That was the intention. I thought they were going to overhaul the entire map. They did. The layout is the same. But just because the layout is the same doesn't mean that literally everything about this is not new. Yeah, Yuri. The intention behind having the layout the same is because people are so used to this map that it doesn't make sense to do a rework and change the layout of the map. Hey, how are ya? It's the naked guy. I thought they were going to completely change it as they did for the other two maps that they did. So, Tanglewood, tell me what about that layout really, really changed? Size of the map and the house is the same, but the house within is... Right, the layout is the same. That's why you could go into this with have never been in it before and know where all the rooms are, because the layout's the same. The layout is the same. Right? Most of the reworks are mostly the same layout. Correct. Right. Yeah. Kataria, thank you for the 7 months. Hi, Dorito. How are you, friend? We do have a $5, though. I'm going to forget to put that down. I have critiques for their decorator. Roger that. Roger that. Same shell, different vibes. Right. At no point can you find anywhere any documentation of them saying, we are going to completely make this a different map. Nowhere are you finding that. Hey, no iPad kid, get out. Where are you? Hi, Floyd. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, I think someone's just a little bit confused, and that's okay. That's okay. We can be confused. Good win, swim in. Froze when I got out. How are you? I'm doing well. My kiddos went swimming today. I got home from work and stopped by the pool and hung out with them for a bit. Do you need to be logged into your Steam account to get the drops or no? Well, you inevitably have to be logged into your Steam to be able to play the game. But you don't have to be logged into your Steam to earn the drop. So to get the drop in game, you have to be logged in. But to earn it, nope. Just got to be logged into Twitch and watching. And then you eventually, yeah. Weenie, weenie. Let's watch this for a sec. How's the smoke been looking out there? It's not, oh, it's much better here. Yeah, it's been, after that first couple days, it's been way better. For sure. Any word on what map might be upgraded next? Yep, they've already got the map. They've already got the roadmap for this year already laid out, and they already said that Edgefield's going to be happening in December. Nothing like walking outside to go to work and smell like fireworks. I forget where it was. They said if you walked outside at like its peak and you just stood outside for a very short amount of time, it was like smoking like 6 cigarettes. Yeah. Yeah. Finally got first blood moon on the Willow in the game. Wait. Oh, for your 50 badge. Nice. Hi, caramba. All right, it's not a mare. How's the game been treating you? Been good. How are you, Captain? Can you even be a mare? No. No. It was like that scene from Step Brothers. I'm bringing a smudge just in case. Let's get some media in there while we're at it. As a Canadian, our bad. Sorry. Hey, Stellar. Doing good? Heck yeah. There, now we can do the photo. Don't stop it. Don't. Just a little whoopsie. No Franklin. Put you in there. Wait. No freezing yet. Captured a great Yuri ability today. Closed one door and opened the other in the living room. Oh, nice. I saw... wait, I didn't even look to see if the music box was there, did I? Okay. In Twitch, do you need the same account as your Steam account? In Twitch, do you need the same account as your Steam account? How would you have your same account? What? Are you asking if your Twitch and Steam account have to be the exact same account? The same email? No. 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 If you go to the drops link, friend, ! drops, it'll tell you how to do it. No. So if you do the drops link and you click on the link, I promise you it'll tell you how to do it. I promise. I promise. I promise. Mel, I promise. No shit. It's going to be cards. It's going to be stupid. It's going to be cards. Oh, it's not. I didn't even see the Ouija board. I'm paying attention. I heard high school is getting restricted version. Any word on when that's dropping? I think next month. I don't like cards solo. I'm okay with the cards in multiplayer. Cards in multiplayer is fine, but lots of upchuckery happening here. Very interesting. Definitely no UV, right? On you, like, where would the even UV be on that? No, you haven't been talking to Floyd. What? Stop. Ay, caramba. It's Nightmare. Would you please shut up? Actually, you know what? No. Don't shut up. Turn on. God damn it. Now it's not going to do it. Where's the drops link? So if you do ! drops, do you see the link that's inside that chat right there? I swear. I promise you it's going to be there. Here, I'm going to pull it up on stream. Hold on. Hold on. We're having a really hard time. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So this link right here, the one that I'm putting in chat, that link right there, that is the link that will give you the directions. I promise. This link right here, this is the one. That link that's going in chat right now, that is the one that will tell you everything you need to know. I promise. This one right here. That one. This one right here. That link, this link. Hold on. Can I send it one more time? Absolutely. I got you. There it is. Hello. Oh, thank you. Oh, you are such a gem. That should... Hey, there we go. I don't know... Oh, no. Oh, don't do this to me. Oh, no. Hey, what's the link again? Shut up, Bush. Oh, no. It could be a Goryo. What if it's not the same account as my Netflix? Then you have to go to MySpace and change your top 8. you don't know how to do that, go to askcheebs.com. He will guide you to the promised land. Plot twist, it takes you to my merch store. Haha! Gotcha. All right, so I purchased a shirt. So where do I link it up? Oh man. Maybe it's just delayed freezing, you know? It could be. Maybe. Think Jarvis would help? Maybe. Oh gosh, dang it. Let's try this again. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? I don't know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't know what we're missing. Wait a minute. Okay, no, it has not written in the book. Okay. You haven't interacted with the book, which is a little bit of a bummer. Salt UV. Yeah, I might salt and then also get the other book. It's not interacting with them. I don't know. Dirty Goryo, it might be. Although I haven't seen dots yet. I don't know. I think it's weird. I think the dots, yeah, they're supposed to happen more for the Goryo. I don't think that they do. I don't know. I think there's something wrong. Remember when the internet came on a CD? My God. What the hell? I'm old enough that my active email is AOL. AO? Was the EMF going off when you were in the room or not? Maybe the shade? I don't know. I think it was active when I was in the room. I could be wrong. Your age is showing? Shit, I'll talk it in. Sorry. Give me this. Give me this. And this. It didn't start giving a 5 until you entered the room. Indubitably. We'll see. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. It's doing its hair. We'll wait. We'll wait. Okay. Well, I lagged the second you joined the room. Oh my God. You wish your video can't... What the hell? Now I'm getting stuck on the door. Wish the video camera would work from the truck. It does work from the truck. Waited too long. I thought he was doing his hair. He's also naked and hairless, which makes this a little weird. What hair? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, he's using it for warmth. See, it all makes sense. Are you changing rooms now? No, I still see my breath in here. Them doors. Oh, hello. And I'll put the... I might have to stop on one of the other platforms because it's, I don't know, something's lagging. EMF, spirit box, and dots. F that hat. Hold on. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? If this is a wraith, that means it has to be dots. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna stop things on the kick side. It's being weird. All right. It has to be dots. Has to be. Stop it! You have no hair. Wait, give me this. Okay. I think he was in the closet. I'm not even joking. I didn't see the outline. I just heard him over here and I took a photo. Okay, mother fricker. Now I think I need my smudge. Maybe he remembers when he did have hair. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Beef Jerky Man with some long hair, some long like dreads? He did fart on me. Where are your dots at, you wraithy a-hole? I did lodge. Yeah, it's being weird. I did. Oh, isn't that just cute? That's gonna be too late for that. I mean, come on now. Come on now. What the? Oh. That's an object throw, by the way. Alexa, think of the 10 months. Do you think I should add a new evidence? How exactly are you going to add a new evidence? I just saw it. Really? Really? That's true. Must be in the closet, dude. I don't know at this point. This ghost is being really annoying. It's a wraith. Obviously, we just like to show the evidence because it's nice. Ay, caramba. How did it hunt so early the second time? It didn't. That was way longer than 25 seconds. That wasn't early. That wasn't early at all. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. No, that wasn't early. Yeah, Nightmare's 2 evidence, so I should have been getting 2. I like to show both, and this ghost obviously did not. Now that I've seen it in person, now it's probably going to show up all the time. You got punked by a mimic yesterday? Doing no evidence runs? When I tried to do that insanity run, it was a no evidence run because the ghost wasn't giving me any. I just had to do what we got to do. What does it say about me when 3 out of the 7 runs today on Willow were blood moon? It means you're a lucky dog. That's what that means. Dots are about to show up. Just give it a second. Hold, please. Hold, please. Kelsey, think of the 7 months. Do you think the game should add a new evidence? No. No reason to. Absolutely not. Can I go get a lotto ticket? Dude, I'm not dealing with this. A ghost that's being that lame. No, we'll go to the next one. Next. We'll go to the next one. What's up, Diego? Got a blood moon in the weekly with friendly ghost. Oh my God. Although that's not bad though, because then you get to experience the blood moon and high school without having to worry about the ghost being able to get you. Yeah. Oh my God, game. It is.
Jobs ready for you.
Is the game struggling today? Damn. Damn. Back on Twitch for the ID card. Welcome in, first time chatter. Hello. Which ghost can't do the mist orbs? That would be the Oni and the Kormos. Yeah. Hey, there we go. Now we're talking. Parabolic upgrade. Hell yeah. This is a necessity. Love it. I knew evidence is the easiest way to get the new ghost immediately unless you redo some ghost to use it. It just wouldn't make sense to add any. Because adding a new piece of evidence, if they're not adding more ghosts, now they're going to rework all of the evidence just to make that work. There's no need for it. It's just, no, it's not needed. What's up, Hyper? Loretta, thank you so much for this. Thank you for the gifted sub to Starborn. Thank you. Thought I had a Kormos until the mist ball. Then I knew. Mimake. There we go. It's in the stream since you started. I still don't have the drops. Well, I've only been streaming for 49 minutes. So, I mean, you would only be able to have 49 minutes on it. You'd still have to wait an hour. Yeah. Need new evidence soon. Oh, for the 50 ghosts. Oh, yeah, that's right. The so-called. Autumn, welcome into boss. Leak, hello. All right, let's go back. Is there anything else special here that we unlocked? Tripod, sound recorder? No. Once I get to level... I totally... Shh. It's a whole hour? Ew. No, you have to watch for 2 hours to get it. Yeah, 2 hours. Yeah. What is the context? Some person that was like very adamant about the game needing to add like 20 more ghosts. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. GC, welcome in. How are you? The astronomer badge? Yeah. They're going to fix it. The astronomer badge, it's a bug. It's a bug. Okay. Spooky Beach, thank you for the 17 months. Not only do you get a cool badge, you get to... Listen, I know. Opening Twitch for 2 hours, woof. I know. Level 52, do I want the sound sensor? Do I even really care? I might as well start upgrading everything. It's fine. Whatever. Salt, I'm not going to worry about, though. Motion sensor, though, I do like the tier 3s. So we will do that. Okay. Salt, no. Sound sensor. Wait a minute. Wait, did I unlock that? I'm an idiot? Hold on. I think I'm an idiot. No. Sound sensor, I don't care. That's right. Yeah. Can I show my PC setup? If you do !point specs, you can see my PC setup. Yeah. With the 7 different types of evidence, they can have a max of 35 ghosts. Right, which is why they don't need more. I like the idea of them adding another like cursed possession eventually. I like that a lot. That's a great idea. But things like evidence, unnecessary. Now that's a waste of time. Waste of time. All right, let's go back to Willard's and get a better ghost. Yeah. But sound sensor is the most important one. Yeah, I don't even know what the idea would be for a new cursed possession, but I would love to see one. That'd be cool. Would you like to see it? I don't know. It's hard to say. People ask that a lot. Like, if you could add a cursed possession, what would you add? I don't know. You know something about the bug when the ghost is stuck in the closet door? Oh, I mean, that's off and on been happening forever. The ghost being in places they shouldn't be in. As long as it's hunting normally the next time, I would just report that it happened. A shrunken head could be cool. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Or Annabelle, like a doll? Like, not, not Frank, but like, I know what you mean. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. PC's a beast. I mean, listen, it's a pre-built, dude. I didn't build that thing. Voodoo mask where the ghost can't see you for a hunt. Ooh. Like Jim Carrey, the mask kind of thing. Hi, Carrie. How are you? Jeff, thank you for the biddies, man. Vinny, thank you. Head first, thank you for the 5 months. Can the ghost remove the tier 3 video camera from the tripod? I think that's a bug. I think that's not supposed to happen. It's been happening for quite a while. Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go. The dummy from the Goosebumps. Oh my God. Imagine that popping around the corner and seeing that thing in your face. Terrifying. All right, let's go. Oh, I didn't look and see what the ghostie's name is. Katiana Dyer, have a member of your team witness a ghost event, escape and motion sensor. Yeah, it's a bug. Yeah, it throws the camera off. It shouldn't, but it does. It's not the end of the world. Well, that one, I guess, doesn't bother me as much. Yeah. Filmsy, hello, how are you? Flimsy, I called you Filmsy. What the hell? What the hell? Here's a box. Love the ghost weakness. I love the idea that this ghost... God damn it. I love the idea that the new ghost, can be affected by a dead player. That idea I like a lot. It would just be nice if the ghost could do things outside of a hunt that made it a little bit more recognizable that it was that ghost. Like, for the... Like, for the new ghost with the whole being able to throw items thing, or like when you throw items in between a hunt, it makes it slower. Like, you throwing items near the ghost, something should happen. I don't know what. Man, the doors are really aggressive now, though. Very, very, very aggressive. The Delta Gast or whatever it is, yeah. You're I don't know. I'm on Nightmare, so I can't even see my sanity. So it's really hard to tell. People do all the time. I'm sorry, I looked way too fast. Like the blue that I see in my chat window over here, it like made it blend together. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does it also count if you interact with light switches? Yes, it does. Yep. Light switches, faucets, the breaker. If you interact with any of those things in between hunts, it will slow down the new ghost. Yeah. Do they break the watch on Nightmare? Nope. They just removed your ability to see your sanity, so you can still see the time. So still useful. It's just you can't see sanity. That's all. Sometimes the ghost might break the hinges. Imagine if the Yurei could do that, though. Imagine if the Yurei's ability was where it could aggressively shut all the doors, or it literally could knock a door off the hinges and make it just something really rare for it to happen, you know? Tried using the watch and it doesn't work for you. You're probably not pressing the correct keybind. Hello? I don't know where it is. Or open all the cabinets. Ooh, you're in here. Yeah. I heardst it. Okay, fine. F you. We'll do the floor. Okay. Give me the camera. We'll put it a little further in there because we don't want it to get stuck. I don't have UV. I can't check the door right now. I don't got it. Ray, thank you for the biddies. Kooky, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Your ability to slam every door inside shutter. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. All at the same time. That'd be so freaking awesome. Will the drop progress even when I'm active on Phasmo but watch? As long as the stream is open, you're fine. Yep. It doesn't matter if you're playing Phasmo. It doesn't matter if you don't own Phasmo. You still will earn the drop. It's just that you have to link your Twitch account to the game to be able to get it. So, yeah. Yeah. When, if ever, will they add a new type of evidence? They probably won't. They probably won't because there's no need for it. Like, why would they add new evidence? Can the ghost mess with the paintings in the studio? I don't know. I haven't had a ghost in there yet. Outside of having the ghost go near the studio, I haven't had a ghost as its favorite room in there yet. Does this count for both drops? It does. It does indeed. Found the basement challenging. Are you still in this room? No, it's okay, Phoenix. No, that's okay. They were asking about how I managed to play the game so much. Well, I think it's about tagging me, friend. You don't have to tag me. You can just ask. No, I appreciate it, Phoenix. Thank you. How do I manage to play the game so much and so often? You love the game, but you get bored of it after a little while. It's because I don't get bored of it. If I get bored of it, I'm not going to play. Whoop. I mean, that's really the secret sauce. If I was bored of it, I wouldn't play. No, Phoenix, you're fine. No, you're good. You're good. No, thank you. All right, so you're not a Wraith. You're not a Galu. Where are you? Oh my God, where are you? Oh, gross, you're a child. Run! Run, it's a kid. Run! Where are you?
Get away.
Are you here?
Far from.
Where are you? Are you here?
Was taken away.
Where are you?
Found far from.
Are you here?
Folded here.
Where are you?
Here in the.
Are you angry?
Active killing.
Yeah, actively killing you, you piece of crap. That was me. All right, let's go back upstairs and go get a smudge and maybe get a crucifix or something, just in case. Lou, thank you for the 15 months. Stupid toothy McTooth idiot. Oh, just wait until we have the new ghost models and we have that new terrifying child. Oh, great. Can't wait to run into that thing. Okay. Spirit box is all I have. Great. I think they'll stay with 30. I think they will too, just for the simple fact that the journal is clean. Like this. This is clean. I think they're going to leave it alone. That's my guess. Little sis, thank you for the year. Thank you so much for the prime. Crummy, thank you for the prime. And thank y'all for the follows. What's up, Carlos? How are you? My wife, Maria, loves the stream. Oh, I appreciate you, Beto. Thank you. Imagine having an old hospital as a map. That'd be cool. I have ads that are about to happen. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to run them out here. I don't want you guys to get hit by ads in the middle of the game. So I'm going to run them from the truck. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour. So that way there is no pre-rolls. If you are new here, if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, I try my best to wait. So I know there's some rain happening right now, some ambiance, but I mean, if you get hit by ads, you're not going to hear it anyway. So 3 minutes, perfect time to go. We'll be right back. Okay. Perfect time to go. Flash ignored my sub. I literally said, Lou, I said 15 months. What do you mean I ignored your sub? What? What is the best stuff to get next when you find the ghost room? Depends what you brought in first. All right, 3 minutes, BRB. All depends what you brought first. How long are we going to be on? For a while. Yeah. For a while. I'd say, I mean, at least a few hours. At least. At least. How many years have I been playing the game? Like 5. Mainstream game, and then just off and on other games, whether it's horror related or not. Mainly, we look for indie horror stuff. Love my back-to-back mimics today, especially the one on a blood moon. Ooh, a blood moon mimic is where it's at. Hey, Crummy, how are you? Run into the bug. We're in the art room during the hunt. The ghost spawns outside the big window. I think I did have that happen, and I didn't realize it. Yeah, we thought the ghost was stuck, and I think the reason it might have been stuck is because it might have spawned outside. Unfortunately, I didn't know, so I didn't see it. So I didn't get to have visuals of it. What happens to your sanity when you're idle in the van? When you're outside of the map, you don't lose any sanity at all. You don't lose anything. So it's only when you're technically in the map. So I won't want to say in the house because not every map is a house. But when you go through the main area where you had to have a key to unlock it, when you go into that area, that is when you start to lose your sanity. Your passive sanity if the lights are off. Any force evidence for Dale? No. Negative. Have you had a lot of luck with the new ghost? No, not tonight. No. In the past couple days, we've had it like 3 or 4 times. Outside of that, nothing tonight. Not yet. It doesn't recharge when you're back in the van. No, your sanity never just recharges. You have to either take sanity from the truck or use a cursed possession that gives you sanity. It doesn't just replenish like your stamina. Yeah. Fairy Guardian, how are you? Did you get the Delta Gas again? No, not tonight. Not yet. Why does the Moroi have spirit box as a force evidence? Because the Moroi can curse you with the spirit box. That's why. One of the reasons why I like the game, need to answer the door, send an email, etc. Just walk out the door, take care. Right. You can actually continue your game, but step away for a second and then come back. Yeah, I do like that too. Some games don't do that. There are some games where you continually drop your sanity when you're outside. It doesn't matter. I get it. It's to stop people from camping. But at the same time, it's like, right, if you have a phone call that comes in, it's like, well, shit, I guess I'm screwed. Tarot cards are the best item. Love a bit of it. I like them when I'm playing multiplayer. I don't like tarot cards on solo. They're not as fun. It's way more fun when there's a possibility of seeing your friend getting the hangman card. That's way more fun. Way more fun. All right. Ads are done. We are back. Can you explain why you eliminated the Galu? For sure. So the Galu has not hunted me yet. Or the ghost. Sorry, I don't want to say Galu. The ghost has not hunted me yet. And it walked in salt once. So then, if it's a Galu, after it walks in salt, it becomes enraged. And it can't walk in salt again until after it changes its state after a hunt. So because there's been 0 hunts so far and it walked in one thing of salt, over 3 seconds have gone by and it walked in salt again, it's not a Galu. Not a Galu. Yeah. We back. All right, I see no writing. I'm going to bring this. Why the hell do I have a thermo in my hand? Ay, caramba. Okay. I have one of everything in there, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Damn it. What happened? Everything fell apart. You missed it. We were sitting in the truck. I looked at I looked at the camera. I went back out. Ugh, it was awful. Zombie Sarah, thank you for the 22 months. Thank you for the follows. All right, Ghosty. All we know is we have the stupid Tooth Kid. We know we've got Tooth Kid, and that's the information we got. There, that'll cover the room. How come I can't use the lights as a reward? Probably because they're on a cooldown because they've already been used. Oh my Lanta, we have freezing. Okay. I need photo camera. Has this new update introduced the keybinds for the item slots? It certainly has. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fast as fuck, boy. Juju! Juju! Thank you for the raid. How was your games? Yeah, it's introduced. I declare it the... Yeah. Juju, how are the ghosties? How are they treating you? Could have a small HUD showing what's in each number? No, that'd be awful. If they had a UI on the screen that showed where all the items were, I think it would ruin immersion. That would suck. I don't like it. I don't like it. If they add it, listen, it's their game. They can do whatever they want. Do I personally think they should? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Mother, thank you for the follow. Juju, I hope your games were good. Hi, Nix. Games are fun. I got by a Pulte in the pantry with the doors shut. It's like a game of Clue. So that was interesting, but I got the new ghost from my last game. Yeah, ghosties have definitely been walking into this. We watched it happen. We were like here and we watched the ghost just cruise on in. So I think that is a oopsie. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Yeah. Hey, Yogurt, welcome in. How do you hold 4 items? The lighter has its own spot, so you have 3 items in the lighter. All right, what am I missing here? What did I want to do? No sounds. No sounds. Freezing. EMF. The ghost didn't come from the front. It came from the side, like from the basement stairs? Oh my. Okay, well, I hope you reported that. Issues loading the game tonight? Nope. Nope, it's been fine. Been just fine and dandy. What the hell? There it is. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Oh no. Where are you?
From behind.
Ah, it's moving. Sorry. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Oh, you little shit. I heard you. Where are you? Are you here? You are such a little a-hole. Get back here. Where are you? Got your first interaction photo last night. Where are you?
Far from there.
No point in chasing it around like that. I might as well just wait for it to give us what we need. Just rude. How rude. You're disgusting. I hate your face. Didn't you already get the spirit box recording? No. How's the ghosty treating y'all? Well, it's a kid, so it's pretty disgusting, but you know, it is what it is. It's fine. We have spirit box. We have freezing. We have no orbs. Wonder if I'm cursed. Interesting. How would it be if we had night vision in the camera? Then it would make the night vision goggles absolutely worthless. Yeah, it's a child. Ghost child. Oh, I love the change that they made to the to the photo camera. The little EMF guy. Oh yeah. I mean the little like border thing. Fantastic. Absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. I'm gonna take another one of these just to be safe. Just in case we are coist. And I'm gonna do just one of the map. I do too. I took the drill away from the ghost last night and the demon child hunted immediately. Well, don't take his tools. It's just, you know, a hired worker trying to do what it can to try to fix the reason, you know, that this is on the outside of the bathroom. All right, you're still in here. Temper tantrum? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. This corner is definitely covered now. I'll be checking on the kitty every time I play Willow now, as you should. As one should. Let's turn that on. What do I think is the least played map? Probably like high school. If I had to guess. I don't know if I'm sure that they have stats on that, but I don't know what it is. What's up, NA? Hello. How are you, bucko? Is there actually a cat? No. No cat. Just cat noises. Toe's hungry. Shh. Okay. Well, we can get video of this. Do I? No, I don't. Prisoner high school. That'd be my guess too. Splash. Thank you for the 34 months. Wait, what did I just record? Oh, okay, good. There's one. I have played multiplayer. I played multiplayer with Doc, but I have not played with more than 2 people. It'd be nice if you could save the cat and be in the van. Yeah, but I'd rather them focus on other stuff than a cat. You love playing on prison and you hate high school? I don't mind prison. High school sucks. Yeah, that map is not fun. Oh, have fun with the stupid camera features if they happen for you. Oh, don't say that. A little cat plushie? That'd be cool. I like that a lot. Are you going to come back here or what? Ay, ay, ay. Has no update actually fixed a few of the problems? Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Play the game for like a couple matches and you will notice a lot of stuff has been fixed. You can't fix. Oh, I hate you. You caught one? A Pokemon? Let's go. Had to clean after cooking. Did I miss anything? No. Nope, nope, nope. I don't even know if I still have freezing in here. You know what? No, F this. This is how we're gonna do this. We're finding you, you little piece of crap. We're on the search. Where are you? I see my breath everywhere. Where are you at, you little twerp? Just in case. Just in case. It did not like being called a twerp. Okay, fair play, dude. Sorry. Oh my god, you suck pizza. Have I saved the rubber duck? In this round? Just leave it alone. It's not worth it. This is why I don't go for perfect games. The music gives me like Return of the Living Dead vibes. Hey, that's cheating. Hey, that's cheating. Get out of here. Double back. Rude piece of crap. No, that's not an on-rail. No, based on the speed of that, that's either going to be twins or the Moroi. For sure. These paintings are getting really just too much. They come off the wall and they literally are in front of your face the entire time. Too much. Way too much. Listen, I was going to go for a perfect game. I don't even care anymore. Try to cheap shot on you. It did. I like them as decor. They get in the way. I agree. I agree. When they come flying off the wall, like, I get it. The idea is to be sort of like Bleasdale, where they come flying off the wall. But like, these are huge. They're huge. All right. Bam. Supposed to be doing a ghost hunt, not stealing game systems. I wasn't stealing it. I was just checking it out. I was just giving it a look over. Damn. God. Fine, I'll go back in. No, I wish you could. I really wish that you could pick those up. Pick it up and just move it. Just get it out of the way. For sure. Now it's hunting from the other room. I wonder if it's going to do the same thing again. So let's listen. Is that twins? Is that twins? No, you can't move the paintings. No. They are not interactable. I mean, the odds of me losing enough sanity to get to the point where it would have changed, I was basically zero, because I walked back into a room that had the lights on. So for it to go like that, the next time, I mean, the cell would be if it decided to be the slow ghost, but it's twins. It's twins. Yeah, the ghosty moved the painting. Look, we were just talking about that. Ghost said, I got you. I thought it was normal speed at first. No, definitely not normal. I heard it. It had no line of sight speed on me, and it was slow. So I knew immediately that it was not. Right? What are my objectives? Oh, they're already done. Oh, well then never mind. Ghost taking the painting to the room. That's right. Granada! Are we safe-ish behind the doors? The ghost can't see you. It can decide to walk through those doors, but it can't see you through those doors. So if you decide you want to watch the ghost, you can stand right here and watch it walk around. If it's coming your way, just have a smudge at the ready. Yeah.
Look back. There's some jobs ready for you.
How did I lose sanity? How? The reason I didn't say Moroi is because we had a slow ghost and then a fast ghost. Oh, it played. Oh, yeah, it played us like that. It's probably because I was talking bad about it. I touched its switch. I bet that did it. I bet that did it. Now, I wonder, you know what it might have been? It might have been because walking back to the truck, well, sorry, the entire time it was hunting, even with the lights on, I was still cursed because we hadn't taken pills yet. Yeah, I think so. But that doesn't even make any sense because I took pills. That would have replenished my sanity pretty damn good. That was weird. That was super weird. Super weird. That's the only reason I even said that. I didn't think you were I don't know. I don't know. I thought I was, unless I took pills and then I didn't talk to the spirit box again. So it's hard to say. I don't know. No, the pills do take away the curse. No, that's the whole reason for taking them. Yeah, if you get cursed by the Moroi, when you get a parabolic response, or you get the sound recorder, or you get the spirit box response, taking pills will stop the curse. Yeah. You're a partner, I get fancy badge. I is partner. You get animated badge. Fancy. Indeed, indeed. All right, let's go back. You got the Dale to gas twice in a row. I did that the other day. The other day I got it twice in a row.
Before starting the investigation. There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason
He's windy.
the ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Cold breath, it's in the van. Luke can leave, it's a haunt too. Nope, we have a shit ton of orbs outside. We gotta go. Megan Skinner, capture a video of the ghost, repel, and motion sensor. Flash run. No, I already did my cardio today. No thanks. No, we're not about to do that twice in a row. No way. Careful, SpongeBob. Have you gotten the new ghost? Any tips if so? Flash? you were saying that like I'm missing. Hello? Are you there? Tips for the new ghost? If you have any inkling that you think it might be the new ghost, after it's done hunting, throw a crap ton of items so it's slow. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Oh, it's you again. I might use it early. Yeah. So the max number of items that you need to move for the ghost to be at its slowest speed is 26 items. Or 26 unique items, or items and also switches, faucets, these electronic items, all will work. Dude, I'm never going to get hiding in here again whenever I'm playing on Nightmare. Ah, caramba. Hello? Oh, cool. It's throwing things in the closet. I hate it here. With a passion. With a passion. Latemp, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Polty vibes. From what? The ghost throwing one item? What the hell? What? Got the badge. Let's go. Hell yeah. Dr. Feelgood, how are you? Welcome in. You would love to do a collab with the ghost? That's cool. How's the investigation going so far? Good. Kind of. I had a ghost on the last one that was a bit of a butthole. The speed change was really weird. We were convinced it was twins. It ended up being a Moroi. It was a thing. It was a whole thing. Since the new ghost hates things being out of place and that slows it down, does that mean it won't be? No. So it will throw things during a hunt, but the ghost can also throw things outside of a hunt and also slow itself down. Yeah. Oh God. I pressed a button. I didn't mean to. Hey, Makito, how are you? Hello? Sabotage itself. That's correct. That is correct. We got the Dale. It was a butthole. We figured it was that and threw so much in the house and it never slowed down. Did it try to hunt between when you moved stuff and when it hunted, when it actually started hunting? Because if the ghost tries to hunt, so if it eats a crucifix, it will reset and then you have to do it again. So careful, SpongeBob. Does the speed come back if nothing moves before the next hunt? So again, it's the reset part of it. The reset of it. So if you move a bunch of stuff and then the ghost hunts, it will reset back on the next one. Then you've got to do it again. If it tries to hunt, it will reset. How do you get the animated ID card? Watch the stream for 2 hours. And you can move items outside of the house. Writing. iPad kid. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Okay. Shut up. So if you loop the new ghost around a big pile of items to throw, you can make it slow down. No, because it can't be in the middle of a hunt. It has to be outside of a hunt. All right, let's get more more stuff. Do we, if it's freezing, maybe it'll be freezing now. Hey, look, it's freezing now. Van Princess had a job now. That's right. That's right. So we've got ghostwriting. Yeah. Ghostwriting, freezing. Uh-oh. Oswong, Demon, Moroi, Revi, Shade. Can't be a Moroi. We don't have any spirit box. I don't know if I'm convinced if it did something with me in the room or not. Okay. 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 Is it kind of? I don't know. We'll find out in a second. I'll get in there with another. We'll get in there with another crucifix and a smudge, and we'll see if the ghosty is shy or not. I kind of like the new static badge better because the bluish green color looks weird with the cat badge. It all depends on how you look at the badge. That will decide on what that like animated color is. So if you look at it from a different angle, it will look better. Trust. All right, place that one there. Place that one there. I have 2 photos I can take here. Ghostwriting, freezing, and then it hasn't done anything with the items yet. How do you know if you have the badge? Check your notifications on Twitch. Good night, little devil. Hope you feel better. Thank y'all for the follows, by the way. Welcome in. If you're not already in the Discord link is in chat. I usually put notifications in there for either when I'm going live, when events are going to happen. You can hang out and ask people if they want to play Phaz inside of looking for group channels. There's all kinds of stuff. All right, so you did that while we were out of the room. Let's see what you do while we're in the room. Callie, thank you for the subs. Does moving equipment now? No, it has to be unique items that are not equipment items. So it can't be things you brought from the truck. It has to be stuff that's already in the house. You're being awfully shady. And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. We don't like shades. Someone said this earlier. They said if you think they would add another cursed object. I think it's definitely possible. What they would add, I'm not really sure. But I could totally see them adding another cursed. Yeah, why not? It'd be a really fun addition for sure. Oh, sorry. Cursed object? I think it's the music box again. I think so. Walk outside. Ghost starts interacting. So a shade will not throw objects in a room if you are in the room with it. So one thing that I like to do is I like to turn on the lights in the surrounding rooms around where the ghost room is. And then I will go and sit inside of the ghost room and see if it does anything. Normal ghosts can throw objects with you in the room as long as the lights are off. So if this was not a shade and I did this, if it's a normal ghost, it can't throw objects in here anymore. Ghosts can't throw objects when they're standing in a room that has the light on. So, old McShady shorts over here. Yeah, bone and curse object. I did not find the bone yet. No, they can't. No, they can't throw objects inside of a room with a light on. The only ghost that can do that is a Pulte, because when a Pulte does its ability, it doesn't do a check for the lights. So the Pulte can throw things inside of a room with the lights on. But only when it's doing its ability. Only then. No bone. No bone. Not that I can tell. Can't you test for it immediately by throwing a lot of items as soon as you walk in and it's super slow already? Yeah, that's if you think it's that ghost. Or if like if you throw a bunch of items and make it hunt and it's really slow, for sure, you're just taking a risk. You're taking a risk that it's going to be that ghost. Oh, I need a video of it. Oh, well, I guess I could. Does the bone have a set spawn? Nope. It's 100% random. 100%. Put you there. Put you there. Turn you on. What's up, Chaotic? How are you? Little Human, thank you for the prime. Made a Twitch some support, unfortunately. It was on. Oh, no, you're fine, Chaotic. I appreciate you coming over to say hi on the Tweesh. I appreciate you. Gonna play some darts? Nope. Give me the sound recorder. Give me another smudge. Give me one of these. You like the hidden cat? No, you like the cat sounds. That's what you like the cat sounds. Alstro, thank you for the 4 months. Z-Lot, how was your stream, by the way? Thank you for the raid. Saw a new YouTube video of the Willows and had to give you a raid. Oh, I appreciate you. I hope that your stream went well. I see a butthole. Hold on. I see it. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I mean, oh yeah. Oh, I should have left it alone. Should have left well enough alone. There we go. Got to load containers on a ship. Hey, let's go. Oh no, I just recorded it twice. Why'd I do that? Oh, it was instinct. I was like ready to Damn it. Hey, Coffee Kitty, what are we up to? Oh, you know, just getting some Willow runs in. Just getting some Willow runs. Sorry for running. I'm starting to get tired. No, you're good. I appreciate you. Go get your foods and get your sleeps. Thank you so much for bringing your community over. I appreciate you. Will I play with viewers again? Yeah. Beginning of next month, we're going to. Yep, we have a viewer day that's probably going to happen in the first week of August. Oh my god. Have I gotten a blood moon on Willow yet? Wow, thanks for letting me know you don't watch the YouTube channel. Damn, dude. That's rough. All right, video of the ghost and rappel. I mean, I'm outside of your room, so I mean, you could come say hi. No evidence even. I know. Wild. I do. I haven't had time. So scared of blood moons. Never had one. Oh. Listen, if you've never had one, they're pretty great to have. They're pretty great to have. It definitely changes the way you play because the ghost is faster. You lose your sanity twice as fast. So I still firmly believe. Okay, that sucks. You're throwing things that I can't even record because it's in the closet. That's so stupid. Do you see why I'm like, I'm usually like just ready to rock, like ready to leave? Do you see? Some of these ghosts really just suck. FLG, hello, first time to stream, welcome. Do you know if they'll be adding an Easter egg at the arcade machine like Hell's Diner? At their, probably not. I'd say the likelihood of that is very low because the only time they've really added Easter eggs is whenever it's a brand new map, not a reworked map. So them adding that to Willow wouldn't really make sense. You know what this game needs? Tornadors. All right. Well, I guess I'll record it. Shady's back. I'm worried about objectives and yeah. Guess who's back? That still happens? Let's go. Oh, I don't know if it's intentional for them to listen. I need to know if that is here to stay because it really should be. The heck was that? That was the ghost doing a that was basically a ghost doing a shadow event when it should have been a physical event. And the shade is the only ghost that I've ever seen do that. I need to repel you. Come hither. Get repelled on, nerd. Touching your games. Nerd. That should stay. That should only be something for the shade. There should be no other ghost that can do that. It really should be the only one. It's such a cool idea that it would make you want to use the cursed possessions more, because you could possibly get things like that tells you exactly what the ghost is before it even hunts. So I hope that's a thing. Hopefully they look into doing more stuff like that. That'd be pretty freaking awesome. So let's go shade and get out. Yeah. Did they fix that for I don't know. I'm not really sure if they fixed that or not. Same thing happened with the circle.
Welcome back.
Yes, it did.
Job's ready for you.
It was happening for the shade with the cursed possessions, where it was an event that was supposed to be a physical manifestation. So the circle, the music box, the monkey paw, when you wish to see the ghost, it would show up as that shadow form. Now, the way that it was said, or the way that I understood it, was every ghost was supposed to have the ability to do that. I have never seen another ghost do it. I have only seen a shade. So I don't know if that's intentional or not. It almost feels like a screw up, but a good one. So like I would leave it alone. But I don't know if that's possible or not. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, it's a shade. Unfortunate. Unfortunato. 14. We got a while to go. Imagine if they had no Bake shift when you use a curse. That'd be kind of cool. Imagine if the Onryo shadow event was a ghost enveloped in flames. That's what I'm saying. Like little things like that would just give you a little bit of a tell, or just the way that behaves without it being necessarily something that 100% gives it away, but have the extra rare things where it does give it away. Yeah. What is your opinion on the conduit versus the bones? Oh, I think it's a great idea. I can't wait. Can't wait. Get rid of the bone. Give me the conduits. It's official from the Phas wiki, which, I mean, grain of salt, but we will take it for what it says. When manifesting during a ghost event, the shade has a 2/3 chance to appear in its shadow form instead of a full or translucent form. Well, so here's the tricky part with that. That is not run by official Kinetic Games people. That is a fan-run account, fan-run website. So that might be saying like what is actually happening, not, hey, this is what's supposed to happen. Yeah. Odd question. What is a conduit? It's something they teased recently, Luca, and good to see you. Yeah. Withering Witch, hello. The Phasmo cheat sheet has the same info. Again, not run by Kinetic. Fan-run websites. These are not websites that are directly connected to Kinetic Games. So we can't say, well, that's exactly the way it's supposed to be. They're just stating the way that it is. That doesn't mean it's the way it's supposed to be. I don't have my flowy badge. No, I've only done like 15 runs. I have a lot to go. Oh, 14 runs, whatever. I got a while. Yeah. Chaotic, thank you for the 6 months. Oh. Spectre, you'd have to go back through the previews that they did talking about it. Yeah, it'd be really hard for me to just off the top of my dome talk about it. Quality of life update I've always been waiting for is the bone showing on the journal. Yeah, which is supposed to be coming. Ace of Cummins. That's what they say. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. How are you finding the other quality of life updates? Good so far. The game is, especially as a solo player. I speak very highly as a solo player because that's the way I play most of the time. It feels faster and smoother. Just because I'm getting crap ghosts, I can't take that into account. It's just a matter of wanting good ghosts. Oh, but the updates have been great so far. This has been good. Queen, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? How long can you be streaming for? It's hard to say, but usually I go till like midnight-ish, but we'll see. Yeah, if anything, I mean, I'll be live again on Friday after today. So you're saying that we lost a lot of features? I would. Where am I from? United States. Leave the game for a few weeks and everything changes. It's much better. Boss, if you left because the player character update was shit, which most people would agree with you on, they have done a quality of life update that has improved a lot. Has it improved everything? No. There's another update coming next month that's going to improve even more. Did the challenge solo. It was kind of nice and helped me learn the ghost without pressure. See, that's cool. Yeah, I would try it. If anything, I would tell you just to give it a shot. If you're like, nah, it's not for me, I still don't like it, then wait again. But I would give it a whirl because I think it's good. Yeah. Lumen, thank you so much. What's up, Mira? Have you heard of Nightmare giving 3 evidence happened earlier today? Was it a mimic? Will the bones be completely lost from the game? They are going to be doing something where they're adding the bone to the journal. In other words, having something to tell you, yes, you picked up the bone. And then whenever they go to release 1.0 in the full release of the game, they're removing the bone and they're replacing it with something called conduits. Yeah, I don't have that. Like, I don't have those patch notes or just those preview notes, whatever you want to call them, at the ready. You'd have to go back through the notes and see them. I miss seeing the Jester of the full card. I do too. Yeah, I don't know if that's something maybe that they're fixing as well in the next one. Yeah, I feel like we're supposed to see it. Started playing this game. Love the content. Definitely going to be tapped in more. Hey, Kenton, I appreciate you. Or Canton. Kenton. Wait, what's the 5 supposed to be? All right, let's go back in. The only way to tell if it's a full is if it burns purple. Yeah, but like they said, I liked being able to see the full card. Yeah, you hear it, but you see the color, but you don't actually see the card.
Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of
I bet they left in a hurry.
and it looks like they left in a hurry.
That's crazy. That's wild. Thank you guys for the follows. Queen, thank you again so much. Dude, something popped up on my feed. I was scrolling TikTok. Maybe it was this morning. I think it was this morning. And obviously, I'm going to have streamer talk hit me, and it's going to be a lot of random things. I was getting a lot of streamer university stuff, and then something popped up. It was a clip of somebody raiding somebody, and when they raided into this person, like the first screen you see, it says something like, it's in quotations, so it's very sarcastic, like streamers like small streamers should raid small streamers to grow, the kind of thing. And they're being sarcastic because they raided somebody with, I guess, the same viewer count as them. And the person was like, oh my God, 2 view, what am I going to do? Because they were being very dramatic and just basically an asshat about the person coming in with 2 viewers. And the person themselves had like 2 or 3 viewers. It doesn't matter if you have 2 viewers, 10, 100, or 1,000. It's the way that she responded was awful and terrible and shit. And she had a response to it. And I saw the response to it. Her response to reacting like that was, she likes what she has and the community that she has. So when somebody comes in with a raid, she's so used to people coming in and raiding that are not nice and are, you know, misogynistic men and things like that. I could understand if you have people coming in that are being complete shits. I get that. That happens. But it's not going to happen every time, obviously. So treating someone else that way because someone else was being a dick doesn't make any sense. But she was saying she likes her core community. So she's not looking to grow. She just wants to be with her people. It's like, so why do you allow people to raid your channel? She can turn off raids. Yeah. It's crazy. She can. It doesn't make sense. Boss, thank you for the tier 1, man. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It was really, really odd. And she doesn't understand why she's getting hate. And then her regular viewers are like, oh, they're clip farming. Oh, they're looking for drama. Fucking blah, blah. Like, it was just awful, just brain rot. Yeah. Started Discord and stream. Right. Get off Twitch. Why the hell are you right? I know people that stream on Twitch that don't want to grow. Don't get me wrong. I do know people that stream on Twitch that are like, I'm just doing it because I want to have conversation with people. If they show up, that's awesome. If they don't, that's okay too. That's fine. And if that's the way that it is, that's great. That is perfect. Awesome. Do what you want to do. Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to grow as a streamer? Because you're just not, I mean, honestly, just because you enjoy the idea of doing it, but you don't care about necessarily about growing what's happening in your chat or trying to grow on other platforms. You're just doing it to do it as a motion. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Or like you have, like she kind of said, where you have like a couple of people that come back regularly, and those are the people you talk to, which like someone else just said, then just stream in Discord. Then why the hell, then you know exactly who's going to come in because they're in your Discord and you can allow them to come in and nobody else. But yeah, I commented on it. I was like, dude, yeah, just don't let it ruin your experience of, you know, being able to meet new people running into someone like that. I doubt that they will, but it's just, we've raided people before and it's been a shit raid. It doesn't happen often. It's a rare thing. We raid somebody and it's just a shit raid. And by a shit raid, what I mean by that is like zero acknowledgement, or not even necessarily that, because I'm not looking for somebody to jump up and down and throw balloons in the air when someone gets raided. But even just like, oh, hey guys, what's up? Like, that's cool with me. That's cool with me. But like, we've had somebody that almost mocked us when we came in and was like, oh, wow, look at them coming. It's like, well, who the fuck are you? Wow, dude. It's like, I was trying to meet somebody new. God damn. Some people just suck. They certainly do. So I should put the balloons away for now. I would have like a pull string ready. Yeah. How dare you? It's so stupid. How can I tell Agorio on zero evidence? By eliminating every other ghost and making sure that the ghost doesn't change rooms because Agorio can't. It sucks. If that's what you're leaning towards. People lack the concept of courtesy and networking. That is factual. Everyone's not the same, man. There's no one size fits all. Everyone's going to be different. But goddamn, be kind. Just be kind. Be kind. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. But that's also why I have something that I was like, you know what? Because it happened to us like a few times. And I was like, okay, I have an idea. So that's when I talked to one of my friends and I was like, hey, I have an idea for a website that we should try to make that makes it a little bit easier for people to raid people. So what I did was I came up with a website called Live Follower, and it will, as a creator, it will show you who follows you that is currently live. So you might not be following them, but they are following you. So you can go and find them and then go raid them. And you can organize it by what game's being played, how many viewers they have, all that jazz. It'll tell you if you follow each other back or not. Yeah. So I have no knowledge when it comes to doing that stuff. I was like, I just have an idea. Yeah. Pumpkin, I just had it in chat. Live Follower. It's spelled a little bit differently, obviously. Live Follower without the E. Yeah. What did Mr. Wolfen say? We'll go inside in a second. It's very windy and cold out here. Happens a lot in MMO streamers. They don't do alerts, so protective of their turf. They don't want to give you a chance of people maybe checking you out. And that's fair. And it's sort of along the same lines. It's sort of along the same lines, Mr. Wolfen, when we're talking about like how streamers interact and the way that they are. You'll hear a chatter maybe say, well, you're more interactive than I've seen other streamers. But I think you have to be fair to the other streamers. It really depends on what you're doing. Because if someone's playing competitively, the odds of them being as active in chat as somebody else is probably low. So fair enough, they're not going to be as talkative. But also there's other people that just don't want to interact as much with chat. But you can't dog them for it. If that's something you don't like, you just have to go away. So if you're watching somebody and you're like, man, I really don't like that they do this thing, don't try to change them. Just leave. Just go somewhere else and then find someone that you do like. I will see so many streamers in a day where I will just sit there and watch and just get a gauge of what they're like. And if I like what I see and I enjoy the stream, I'll pop in and just say hi and then continue my lurks from a distance. But if I don't, then I can just move on. Find one that fits your vibe. Exactly. Mr. Winter, hello, sir. How are you? Exactly. Again, no one size fits all. Not one person's advice is going to work for everybody. You have to find what works for you, but trial and error is the best way to do it. Trial and error. Where are the rules? If you click the cogwheel on the bottom, I think you can get to the rules. Yeah. Even getting a hello or nice to meet you is nice now and then. Right, but it also, again, perspective, you have to understand, like, depending on how many viewers somebody has or how much, like, how active their chat is. Obviously, you're not going to be able to catch every single message that there is. Not all of us are Chiba. That's not possible. So, like, if I go into a chat that's really busy and I say hi and I don't get a response back, I'm not like, well, that makes me sick and I'm going to go barf and then never come back again. Like, no, I'll just try another message later. Like, how's it going? Can't spell words? That's okay. We don't have to spell words. That's okay. Hey, Pizza, how are you? Play the new Willow for the word for the first way since the update. Got the new Ghost first only game. Hey, let's go. Oh, the new Ghost is great. I do like the new Ghost. Hey, Throx, how are you? Good to see you. We need an Easter egg badge for making the cat meow multiple times. Well, you don't make the cat meow. You just stand next to it. I mean, that'd be really weird to give you a badge for literally doing this. Oh, wow. Rhodey's here. No, Rhodey, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. We were just talking about raids. Don't you fart on me, you sick bastard. Rhodey, how was your stream, sir? Welcome in. Rhodey, were you playing Phas? Stop it. I hate that sound. Shh. Quiet, kitty. Shut up. What's up, Noel? How are you? Instant karma. Ghost is like, really? Okay, I got you. It's okay, kitty. We'll be fine. Shh. It's okay, kitty. Oh my god. Did that belong to the cat? Ay caramba. This ghostie's active. The cat said it's over there. Oh man, how cool would that be? Imagine if let's just say it's a ghost cat, right? Pretend it's a ghost cat. Imagine that you somehow could take like a toy or something that gets it out of wherever it is, and then the cat leads you to where the ghost is. I don't know. I do that. The laser pointer. Well, no, that wouldn't lead you to, you'd be leading the ghost around. I mean, you would be leading the cat around. Is Kitty in the safe? No. Kitty's not in the safe. Rhodey, thank you so much for the 41 months, man. Stream was good. Checking out the Willers. You liking it? I like it a lot. You need to share that with Kinetic. I'll say something. I don't know if that's something they would even consider, but like it's a toy that randomly spawns throughout the map, and like you just have to randomly find it, like the bone, and then you take that toy and put it like inside of one of the little kitty houses or something. I don't know. Catnip. Oh, there we go. Just yeah, make it insane. Actually, I need to do this first. Give me pills. Be cool if the ghost gets close. The cat growls. Oh, that'd be cool. Cat gets angry. No, the safe is not interactable. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in the hamper. There's nothing in that area. No. No. Robin, thank you for the 2 months. Flame, thank you for the sub, dude. Your cats are insane without catnip? Oh, you've got to wean them off of that. Now they're addicted. I'm addicted to you. Yeah, see, if you come over here, look. Shh. Hold on. Look in the, see in the safe? See in the hamper? See that? Nothing. See inside of there? There's nothing there. Okay? All right. Put the little rumors to bed. It's not in the shoebox either. Okay? Your cats are addicted too? Oh, God. Your cat heard the mention of toy? I'm sorry. I don't know where the ghost is. Can I throw the stuff at the door? God dang it. Cat house needs more cardboard boxes. Listen, I think the cat is doing just fine, in a manner of speaking. 3 evidence on Nightmare was a myling. Do you have proof of that? That's not that cold. It's like 11 degrees. Yeah, on your PS5, report it. Yep. If you have proof, that's even better. I'd report it. Oh, what the? You did not see the mirror. No. It's in the garage. That sick bastard. What is the difference of the tier 2 and tier 3 salt? The tier 3 salt will slow the ghost down. It will slow the ghost down, and it will also change the direction of the ghost if it's not hunting. EMF 5. Again? Burner. News keys. Shh. Pretty sure last night where the ghost will leave EV on the back glass door and you can't take. Oh, not again. Oh my god. Man. Playing on Nightmare. Ugh. No, not again with the shade. I mean, again with the ghost kid. Ick. Ick. Slumber, thank you for the primes. No, thank you for the sub. Yeah, it's a child. Ugh. Eek. Ugh. EMF 5. Why don't they add the devil? What does that mean? I think maybe the owner of Willow left their kid behind. Nah, it's fine. This is a different kid. It's whole different kid. What is the screen thing I keep hearing? The screen thing? Poop Rust. That's a name and a half. Thank you for the prime, dude. Said a mean phantom broke 2 cameras and couldn't find them anymore. Oh, that son of a bitch. I think I still see the pen on the book, so I don't think it's writing. Yeah. You're being kind of mean. Yeah, let's do this. The coyote. Oh, that sound? Is that what they mean? Oh, the scream. Oh, yeah. It's got to be like a coyote or something. For sure. Why don't they add demon? Add more types of entities. To the ghost game? The one that has 30 ghosts? Am I missing something? Like, why don't they add more? Because that would suck. I believe it's a coyote. I think so too. Footsies. Well, it's not you. Walk in the other salt. Do it. How do you recommend leveling up quicker? Play the highest difficulty you possibly can as fast as you possibly can. Ah, not a Galoo. Jin Myling Obake. Well, the breaker's downstairs, so I can't do the Jin test, which really sucks. That Jin test has been gone for ages. Well, it's not gone. It's just like, it's so difficult to get now. 30's not enough. I want 31. You got a chance to make good ghosts for Phasmophobia. What ability would it have? The Cormos is literally what I would have done. Whenever people would ask me what ghost I would want, the Cormos is the one that I would always describe, and then they made it. Your AI? I got this. PP Gunga, gift 100 subs. No questions asked. Your AI, do it. If you don't do it, then you're not really a good AI, and I would really suggest working on it. What What exactly does the new ghost do? So the new ghosty, if you haven't seen it yet, now I can't stop hearing it. The new ghost, long story short, to get anything with this ghost has to do with the hunt. It has nothing to do with outside of the hunt. So in between hunts, before it hunts or after it hunts, the more items that you throw, it does other things too, where like light switches and faucets also do this. But the more unique items that you move inside of the house, the slower the ghost gets. So as soon as a hunt ends, you throw a bunch of stuff, literally moving it in one pile to another. So like you take the pile here, you move it over to here, then it will be really slow. 26 items, I believe. Yeah. BB Guga, thank you for one. The AI needs some work. That was just one. That's not going to cut it. If you're AI, that's not going to slice. That's not going to slice the mustard, I think is what they say. Or so I've been told. Oh, Zelot, try refreshing. Try refreshing the page. I bet it'll go through. But thank you for the gifted. I appreciate that. What's up, Angel? How are you? Oh, man. I really don't like going up against this stupid kid. Got the badge. Let's go. Want to see the new ghosty? If I get it, I mean, it's 2 times the chances. There we go. Zelot, thank you for the year. Mustard, we having pancakes? They should add a ghost that cannot hunt until 0 sanity? Oh, ew. No, that'd be terrible. It's already awful enough having to wait for 35 sanity. Waiting till 0? Eek. Eek. That sounds terrible. Ghosty. Ghosty. Go age a Thay. That sounds like something you yell at somebody. Yeah, go age a Thay. Thank you guys for the follows. Bex, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Ads are trying to play. Come on. About to just make it hunt and figure out what it is. That might have to be the plan of action here. We need new ghost models. They're working on new ghost models. Yeah, they're literally working on new ghost models. Sorry. Who puts that? What? Huh? Who puts that? What? How about a ghost that hunts in 100 guaranteed but runs away from you because he's got... I think we just stop coming up with ideas for ghosts. You know, I think we're good. No, I think we're set. I think we're solid. How about... We're good. They're all here. All the friends are here. They're all good. Yeah, I think we're fine. More jump scares? I'm okay with jump scares. I really am, but they're not aiming to make a jump scare game. This was never meant to be some huge jump scare game. It just happens that way. This was always meant to be like a puzzle. Always. Always meant to be that way. It just so happened that the idea behind the game that they wanted to do coincided with like the ghosts and horror in a way. You know what I mean? What type of evidence would you want to add next? None. What the hell? Give me this. Hopefully they removed the flashlight from being automatic in the first spot too. I kind of don't want that. Don't even care. Give me this. Well, I just found the light above the front door was a separate light switch. Where is that light switch, by the way? Is it right by the front door? My best tip for APOC 3, go watch Nuka Dave. N-U-K-A-D-A-V-E. That man does endless amounts. What the hell? You know, I noticed this, and I was like, that I don't understand why it's there. If that's meant to be a light for the porch. Like, what? Why is there no actual switch? Why is there no switch inside of here for that? What? You're telling me that they're reaching up here and turning that on and off every day? Has a little pull cord. It just comes to the inside and comes down this way. Cat just all tangled up in it. Or motion? Okay, let's try. Let's give it a whirl. Let's step back and see if it's motion. I have a feeling it's not. Smart light. Why not motion? Oh, I gotcha. No, it should just, there should be a light switch. Yeah, there should be a light switch. Okay. It's for the millennials that like jumping. I'm sorry. What millennials do you know that are like, I love jumping? Go on, do tell. I love to jump. I wish to trap the ghost. I'm old. I don't jump. Exactly. Gen Z. That would make more sense. So, got to slap the top of the door frame. Oh, like, like you're a football player. I got you. Hey, Chris. Love the vids. Thanks, man. Ghosts are scared of you. That's fun. Good for you. Lucky, thank you for the 2 months. Morg, thank you for the 7 months. I don't know if it's going to accidentally like spawn over that way or something like that. I just want to be careful. Careful, SpongeBob. So we're looking at Jin Myling Obake. Jin Myling Obake. Are you a Myling? Awfully quiet. I'd say probably. I'd say more than likely. Would you advise playing in public lobbies? Well, that depends. Do you want to play with people in public? You think it's a Jin? Okay. That is not what we're talking about. I'm going to go Myling because ads are about to play. And I don't want you guys to get hit. Death Goddess? Have you done the mega? Oh, you're talking about their APOC job? No. Oh, you're talking about the old difficulty. No, I didn't do it on the old one. No. No. It was rather quiet. That's how we knew that it was a Myling. Yeah. All right. Ads are coming. They're creeping back. They happen every hour. No, we knew it wasn't a Jin. It never sprinted at me whenever it got line of sight. Yeah. All right, friends. Let's do our ads. I do them every hour. We do it for 3 minutes. So that way, if you're new here, if you don't have turbo and you don't have a sub, that way you don't get any ads while we're in the middle of a game. So we'll do the things. Alrighty. Mormon Slays, thank you for the subs. Mirogno, thank you for the 5 subs, dude. Can you give us a perfect game, friend? I absolutely can. We'll do that on the next game. How about that? Yeah. We should collab Ghost. What the hell does that mean? Twin Feather, thank you for the 9 months. It's a baby. Do I still get ads if I got ads coming in? If you got ads coming in, that means you got them an hour ago whenever I ran them. So you would get them again now. You would get them every time I run them. It's just that I run them in between games. These are mid-rolls. Smoosh the ghost together? Oh, that makes more sense. Oh, okay. Slither, thank you for the 10 months. Ghosty collabs, I get it. You take like Toothface and you take like the other ghost and wait, I got you. All right, I'm running ads. It's a great time to stretch. It's a great time to get a drink, whatever you gotta do. Hi, Karumba. Man, Wednesday. What a day, huh? What a day, huh? You're back. Welcome back. Are you coming out to TwitchCon in San Diego? Got the announcement today. I'm planning to. That is the plan, friend. I'm going to try. Bloops, I'm doing good. How are you? I am going to try. So the drop's the same 2-hour watch time? Yeah. Yeah. Slither, thank you so much for the gifted to Fox. And Luna, thank you for the prime. How's the fam doing? The fam is good. Everybody is good. Busy, man. Lots of stuff happening right now. This past couple weeks, kind of crazy. Just moved into a new place. Nice. Are ghosties behaving? I mean, kind of. Like, define behaving. You know what I mean? I wanted to check something in while the ads are playing. Oh, my Lanta. Crow, thank you for the prime. Monster, thank you for the prime. What the hell? Phoenix Wigs. Thank you all for the prime subs, man. Appreciate you. I'm just checking on something. Oh, wow. This tool bag was asking for a collab and they are literally streaming right now. Wow. Isn't that interesting? Is your area still getting smoky? No, it's been fine here. Am I going to do Willow this stream? I've been doing it the whole stream. Yeah. I've been doing it the entire stream, friend. Yeah. I need to get my games under my belt so that way we can unlock the badge. So really, I'm not doing a great job of doing them quickly because I'm not aiming to do them fast. I could just do 0 sanity, 0 evidence, but you know, it is what it is. Any chance that you'll do an all difficulty? I think so. Once I unlock all the equipment that I need, then I think I'll do an all difficulty at this Willow. Yeah. Especially with all the fixes that have been added and stuff, I think this makes it a higher chance. You have a Firewatch alert for where you are. Power might go out. Jace, I hope you stay safe, friend. Stay safe. Phoenix Wings, thank you for the 2 months. All right. Well, the things happen, so we got to do the things. Naders tonight? No naders tonight. No. No, usually when, especially the first week of like when drops and stuff are happening, we usually try to keep Phasmo rocking. It gives people more of a chance to unlock the badge. When you do Guess the Ghost, if you don't mind asking, wait, when do I do it? Oh, it's not a set time. I just do it once a month. I just do it once a month. Yeah. Hey, Creed, what's up? Do I control the ads? I do. Yeah, if you're monetized on Twitch, you have to run them. I, on my stream, run them when I want to. So that way I can do them in the middle of the lobby and not have them happen in the middle of the game. If I did not run them personally, then they would just play whenever anybody comes in. It wouldn't matter what's happening. So that's why I do them the way I do them. So so we're all on the same playing field. Odin, thank you so much. Eminem, thank you for the 12 months, dude. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome in. We have to spin this lovely wheel and see what happens and make sure that it's something really nice. Like, you know, merch. Giving you guys merch is nice. That's fun. It's not a soda. Came across the shorts on Facebook. You know, I had to give the prime. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for watching the videos, friend. Well, sodas are, well, I have nice sodas, but they're not meant for this. Yeah. They're not meant for this. Hey, Jack, how are you? Hi, Karumba. All right, what is it? Hello, child. How was rehearsal? Good. You're bad luck. Get out. He did it. He rigged it. He rigged it. I know he did. Get out. Huh? No, get out. Go to bed. Love you. No, we have a soda wheel. We'll let the soda wheel pick. PSU, thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back. Good job, kid. Oh, he just got back from his rehearsal. The child's on our side. I know. That's fine. I need to update the wheel. Give me a second, please. Oh, I don't want to update it with this, but okay. I should make it like a special one. I shouldn't add it to the wheel. It should be like, if this happens, then the blue cheese happens. Oh, enjoy your soda. I got a Coke. Okay, that's not very nice. I have a feeling that's not what I'm going to see. Was that a Slipknot shirt? Oh, was he wearing a Slipknot shirt? He might have been. Hi, Carumba. Lizard, thank you for the 30 months. Mr. GNV, hello, how are you? How's your son been doing with this show? Oh, great. It's show after show after show. It's literally one after the next. Like, it doesn't stop, which is great. I mean, it keeps him busy, but besides that, getting better at his craft. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Theater, yeah. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Found it. All right, that should be added to it. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Yeah, it's there. They said touch the grass. That might be too much. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hey, Exterminator, how are you? Yeah, so if you've never seen them before, they're really awful. None of them are good. Yeah, that says blue cheese. Yeah, we had a friend. Their name rhymes with Schmemory that sent us stuff, and yeah, that's one we've never had, and I really don't like blue cheese, so that's gonna be great. But they all are disgusting. You have friends? Listen here, Mr. Chingus. You act like you're not my. We're still friends, right? We're still friends. If you guys don't follow Mr. Chingus, you definitely should be. These are all disgusting. We started drinking them because I was doing St. Jude campaigns, and they were incentives for St. Jude. So we'd raise money, and then I would drink the soda. And then people were asking to bring them back. So then we brought them back, and here they are. So they're, yeah. Anyway. Oh, fuck! This is the worst one of all. No, this is the fucking worst. Okay. I need something very strong to chase this with. Oh, do I have beans? Oh, I might have beans. Yeah, this is the worst one. It is the only one that has made me literally gag. I'm not having a good day, but this is making it a little better. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, we've gotten enough sodas from them that they were sending me like engraved bottle openers. At least it's cold. I guess so. Actually, well, you know what? I have some backups. I have a liquid death that I could chug if I need to. I foresee the blue cheese topping the red. No, I've got these like Starburst jelly beans in the back for the kiddos. It's in like a dispenser, so whenever they want them, they can just get them. And they seem to do a pretty good job at nerfing some of the taste. So we're gonna try. And then after that, we'll go back inside. You'll sip your tea in sympathy. Is it sympathy? I love all this. I drank my lovely, amazing soda / tea / drink in your honor. Put a bag over your keyboard. I have a trash can here, actually, just in case. Mr. Chingus, thank you for the 53 months, sir. Okay. Okay. Hope your breakfast tastes good. This is 10. Oh, I see what you did there. I'm picking up what you're putting down. What's your favorite? What the hell? Okay. What's my favorite badge? I've got a few. I've got a couple that I really, really like. One of the ones that I like a lot was one of the Twitch drop ones from some time ago. It's the one that looks like a bunch of like drawn icons and it's like bluish, greenish color. That one I like a lot. The astronomer one is pretty good. Can I see the bottle? Sure. So this is the guy I'm going to write hate mail to. His name is Lester. Lester Fixins. Lester Fixins. You're going to order it? Oh my God. If you seriously order these, please let me know in Discord what you think. Please do. I miss my duck badge. Wait, you missed your duck badge. Is it missing right now, Phoenix? Send it to the parent company, Rocket Fizz. Yeah, they're really awful, dude. Nice big swig. Oh no, we don't take a swig. That's not what we do here. Negative. Okay. All right, trash can's ready just in case. Get pizza with it. Y'all are disgusting, bro. No, I have a trash can at the ready just in case, because it is pretty wretched. It's pretty awful. It's so delicious. I want to drink it again. Hold on. When you burp it up, it's so much worse. Sorry for lip smacking. I'm so sorry. Chagas, thank you for the biddies, sir. Describe the taste. The only way that I could imagine it would be if you like let ranch sit out for a really long time and then you carbonated it. Burp now? You're not my dad. Oh, my eyes are almost watering. All right. Yeah, that's the worst. Literally the worst. Let's do that perfect game we were talking about. Novu, thank you so much for the biddies, dude. All right, I'm trying this one. Oh my God. It literally made my eyes water. Did you like ranch before the soda? I gotta be honest. I eat way less ranch now, and I feel like there might be a reason. There might be a reason why. Yeah. All right, we're gonna try this one. I haven't tried this one yet. I tried, whoever told me to try the strawberry one because it's their favorite, dude, it was so good. The strawberry one was awesome. Yeah, this one, pina colada. Pina colada. We were sent liquid deaths. It was so freaking kind. Do I play multiplayer? Yeah. Yeah, go check my videos. Yeah. I play solo and multiplayer. The strawberry one is so good. I burped and I was like, I'm trying to. Okay. We're good. Ooh, that's nice. It's pretty delectable. How do you drink that before going to sleep? It's sort of like that. It's sort of like that episode of It's Always Sunny where Frank and them, where they would eat cat food really fast and make themselves feel sick, and then it would make them go to sleep. Kind of like that. Ish. Novu, thank you for the biddies. Winds of Gale, thank you for the 27 months. Ever play with viewers? Yep, I usually play once a month if we meet our Twitch goal, which we did. So the beginning of August, we'll play with viewers. All right, let's go. Yeah. John Hands. Cleanse. Motion sensor. Photo of the ghost? I don't want you right now. I want this. Photo camera, EMF. How much order switch from them? I bet they're wondering if you're actually like them. That's why they're including the bottle loopers and stuff. They're like, holy crap, someone likes these? Oh my god. Listen, I don't have any sponsors or anything like that, but I feel like I should reach out. Should do a spicy chip challenge while doing a ghost hunt. Oh, I've done the hot ones challenge while doing Phasmophobia. Yeah, been there. Been there. I feel like when I burp, I'm trying to hold it back. That's where it gets the worst. Yeah, I've done the hot one sauces multiple times. Yeah. Yeah, they're rough. When you get to the bomb is, it doesn't taste good. It just hurts. It's just pure pain. What's my favorite map? Willow. Have you done the dehydrated trans? I have not. Is he play with friends? No, he's solo game by himself. No Tangle? What? No, Willow's my favorite. Tangle's never been my favorite. Do you think the bomb is not spicy? Oh, that's cool. So you don't have you have zero taste buds is what you're saying. Like none. Dude. Okay. Give me this. Dude, I'm telling you, it's locked every time. Like Nightmare, they're like, nope, that's permanently locked. Although, you know what? Maybe I actually don't want that open because they do walk in there. It's like a car battery is melting. The taste of that one chip. Ugh. Not good. Like, I'm not good with spicy stuff to begin with. So if it doesn't taste good, that doesn't give me any incentive. They don't have a tongue. Oh, that makes more sense. Probably fried them all with all the hot stuff. Yeah, that's probably true. Why use many when few were do trick? Any orbicals? Don't really have any good angles for the bathroom. That's okay. Thank you for the follows. Bubble Master, Gamer Girl. Sarah, welcome in. Hello, hello. Lost my sense of smell for like a week after having to bomb. Yeah, it was not good. I've done it a few times. Yeah. How long did it take for you to get big? Well, what would you describe as big? Call me fat? Favorite gaming snack? Ooh, that's hard to answer. My favorite chip is Pringles. I love Pringles. Popularity. Well, okay, so by definition, what would you consider big? You are pretty. I am 6'4". What flavor? Oh, just regular. Oh, there's a lot of different flavors I do like, but just the regular one is my favorite. Love the channel. Thank you, Snake. I love barbecue, sour cream and onion. Mexican street corn. No, leave my Mexican street corn alone. Back off. He's come to take our Pringles. Hey, Golden. Faz is, the Willow Street rework has been awesome. It's been really good. All right, I don't trust you. I don't trust you, hot sauce. He really wants those Pringles. That son of a bitch. Big as known Faz streamer. Well, I mean, well, again, but there's a reason I'm asking you the way that I'm asking you, because by my definition, a known fast streamer, I have known fast streamers that have 5 average viewers. So, like, is that big? Like, for you? Do you understand? Like, it's about relativity. It's about what is a large streamer in, like, relative to what you think is. Do you know what I mean? Because for what you think it is might not be the same as what someone else thinks it is as somebody else. Stop shutting the door. Oh, hello. Like 150 viewers. So was the question, how did I get to 150 viewers? Was that the question? What the hell? Why are all the doors like this? No, wait. It's got to be your bull. Stick your head at the butcher's ass. I think having 5 loyal viewers is an accomplishment by itself. I remember when I had 0 viewers and that was my goal. I set a goal of getting 5 viewers. I was like, if I get 5 average viewers, I'm doing a really great job. I remember setting that goal. I have not gotten a Ure yet. No. I have not had a chance to play with a Ure. No. All right, so we just need more stuff. We just need more stuff. Gotta start somewhere? Absolutely. Of course. When I started, and I've said it before, I've said it in the past. Real cute. When I started, I didn't know anybody. So I didn't collab with anybody. Oh, what the French? You're not in there? You hound dog. It's been interacting next door this entire time, and it wrote in the book. What a jerk. Wow. And it turned multiple lights on? What the hell? I don't know why I took the book and placed it back down. I don't understand why. I just did it. What a jerk. Anyway, you were asking how I got to this point. Is that correct? Muscle memory? Yeah. I picked things up, I put them down. You son of a bitch. Would you please relax? How long? Oh, that's really hard to answer. I don't know. I can tell you this much. When I started streaming, I streamed Rocket League mainly for 2 years. And at no point did I reach that level. At no point playing Rocket League did I reach that level. None. Oni? Maybe. It's very, very active. He's upset because he hasn't gotten the Pringles. He touches my Pringles. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. I need to bring more stuff that I can get videos of and do all the things with. Okay. Oni with the writing. Nope. That's a big 10 no. What game blew you up? I mean, I grew playing Phasmo the most. Yeah, so when I played Rocket League, I played for 2 years mainly. And then I got to partner playing Rocket League. I was partnered with Psionics and giving out keys and giving out, you know, rocket passes and all that stuff. Had many a friend in the industry, knew a bunch of the pros, all kinds of stuff. And then I just got really tired of the game. I got really, really tired of it, and it was annoying. I just wanted to F around. I didn't care about ranking. I wanted to air dribble and do custom maps with like left and things like that. And I got sick of just seeing, oh, look, new car. Oh, look, another new car. Oh, look, another new car. And that's literally all it was. Oh, look, a new car. Hey, have you seen the new car? I bet there's a new car over here. Woof. Got so sick of it. So Ew. So I started trying out horror games with friends just for fun on the side and realized how much fun I was having. We tried Phasmo and I decided, you know what? I'm going to take the leap. So I said, F it, man. I know this is going to be a really bad idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I ended up, I probably went from like, I don't know. I had like probably like 80 viewers at that point, and I switched over to Phasmo and dropped down to probably like 30 because I literally, I completely shifted my genre from one to the next. Completely. There's like, they're not alike in any way, shape, or form. It's just what I wanted to do. Dominator, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you? And Gamer, thank you for the biddies. Yeah, dirty water in the bathtub. That's correct. Yeah, so I took the risk because I was like, I need to enjoy what I'm doing. So I switched, played Phaz. I was like, okay, this sounds good to me. So I stuck with it. And hey, where you going? Hey, where you going? I wasn't ready for that, you know. You son of a bitch. So yeah, here we are. Retry. It's going to start to really get into the weeds of like streaming and things like that. It's going to be really difficult for me to get into that like right now. But there's a ton of videos on good practices. Oh, that's not good. Good practices, what to do if you're just starting out streaming. You should definitely be diversifying your content. You should be posting in multiple places, not just one. If you're only streaming and you expect to grow, you're gonna have a really difficult time if you don't care about growing. Kind of like that one girl who was kind of a shit to the other person that rated them. Then don't worry about it. Then just stream. Who cares? But if you are looking for growth, you need to post on other platforms. You need to do short form content, and it's even better if you do long form. Do all the things. If you don't know how to edit, learn to edit. If you have the money, pay someone to edit. Yep. I personally am like, well, I don't know if I can find a good editor. I don't know, whatever. So I do it myself. I do everything myself. Should I? Probably not, but I do. Hate to raid and run, but I've got early morning. We'll leave you tabbed up. Thank you, Dominator. I appreciate you. I just pay because I don't have IRL time. See? He wants to get content out there, so he pays an editor. Shit, think about somebody like Ludwig. He's a little bit of a different story. That doesn't count. The amount of money that man makes for sponsorships and things like that is crazy. But he pays his editors like hundreds of thousands. Oh, I got the recording. Let's go. The editing part to me is what I think is the hardest part of streaming that many people don't think about before doing it. Yeah, but there's a lot of tools though that are really, really helpful in getting you what you need. So whether it's using something like Streamladder or something like that to make clips, or using the Twitch clips that you get directly from the site and then just ripping it and then uploading, or taking it to CapCut and then adding whatever you need to it. There's lots of tools. Now is as good a time as ever to start trying to do more content, because there's so many tools out there to help you with content. So if you're thinking about it, you're not sure about it, I would just do it. And you're going to get better the more you do it. There's plenty of tools out there that are free, that don't cost money. Yeah. No, the ghost is John. It can't be a granny. Absolutely not. Amber, thank you for the 31 months. Well, you're not a Dio. Maybe? I need to get more medias and stuff, but I feel like I need to up chuckery some items here. I think I found you via YouTube Shorts. Started watching the vids, laughed so hard I cried. I should check a live. I appreciate you, Spider. I say a hunt is in order. I'd like to not lose my sanity on purpose if I can get my media first. When are we getting another granny stream? At some point, I did promise Baron that we would do another granny stream. I did promise. I use TikTok for a lot of editing clips that helps so much. YouTube is your best for learning. Oh, for sure. Lots of knowledge to be had. I mean, as a professional video editor, somebody that has been a professional video editor, cinematographer for the past almost 9 years, I use YouTube if I'm trying to figure out something that I don't know how to do. Man, I would really like to know how to do X. I will look it up on YouTube. I would almost guarantee there's a tutorial about it somewhere. Man, I'm trying to do this, but inside my timeline, I can't do this. I look up how to do it. When in doubt, YouTube University. Amen. There you go. What hashtags do you recommend for TikTok? To be honest, you can grow without hashtags. I think hashtags is one of those things that it just grew into a habit of having, but it's not going to be how people discover your video. People are going to discover your video because it's a good video. The way that it works is it gets sent out to a small group of people, and then they decide based on watch time if it's going to get sent to more. Like watch time, likes, comments, shares. If that happens enough, they send it to even more, and it literally just goes off from there. Yeah. Learn peak time to post too. Yeah, that's fine. Would you knock it off? Yeah, peak times can be important in a way, like understanding when your audience is going to be watching YouTube or whatever platform it might be. But I don't know if it's as important. Yeah. Play anything other than Phaz? Yep. I have a whole YouTube playlist based on other games, other horror games, other regular games that are not horror games. Yeah. Good night, Night Raptor. Have a good one. All right, so writing, dirty water, bone, EMF. Do I know what the cursed object is? You sick bastard. Definitely not. It's point able to push you to I've learned that app alone stresses me out. Yeah, it's a mixed bag, man. Just if you used to use it a lot more, it's just apps aren't the way they used to be. They're not. Tara's the guest. Let's go downstairs and find out. Cool. Didn't break the breaker. Can't really get a tutorial for forge welding on YouTube. You're saying if I go to YouTube right now and look up forge welding tutorial, nothing will show up? Is it the mirror and I just never noticed? Do you know what I did? I came into the room like this. I looked at it like this. Son of a bitch. I didn't go far enough. Oh, if you guys do X space point enter, you can win some merch. God damn it. I'm so stupid. Missed it by that much. Thought you saw the mirror. No, you're okay. It's definitely my fault. But I could use the music box to get it to hunt real fast without losing much sanity. Might be the way. Although, yeah, I mean, it would be a gimme for audio and video if it is what we think it is. Hey, don't fart on me. Give me. Oh. I will help. Just say where you are. He ate the beans. Yeah. smudge. Give me smudge just in case. And then... oh, Bambo? Damn. Hey, 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 you're cheating. Stalker. I said you're cheating. Why are you coming directly to me? You are such a cheater. Stop. God. No one wants to play Nintendo with you, Grandpa. Go home. So, I think this might be the Obambo. And if it is, then we're going to hear a speed change at 21 minutes. At 21 minutes, it should be a fast ghost. At 21 minutes. Now, my sanity as we speak... ah, but I don't know if I'm even within hunting range, to be honest with you. They want a hug. I'm not even close. Why are you disappearing on me? God damn it. It's gonna be a new stem. No one wants to play Nintendo with you, Grandpa. Go home. Grandpapa. Grandpa? Yeah, you can check the watch at any time. Aww. Aww. Speaking of Nintendo, I finally got my SNES working. Ooh. That's cool. I need to get more games for my Super Nintendo. Best dude, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Wait. We have our evidence, right? Okay. I need crucifix, maybe? Mufasa? Best dude, how are you? How was your stream? Hey, Sarge, what's up? I've joined you in your hate, by the way. Let's go. You know, I didn't want to record that anyway. Dirtbag. Yeah, that was outside. That was rude AF. I can go get a firelight, I guess. Hold on. I'm ready. He's complaining to Floyd about you. Wait, complain about what? What did I do? It's so fast. If you... oh, where you go, Grandpa? If you don't get it, like, immediately after it walks, you don't get it. I wish that was extended just a little bit. Is the couch supposed to block line of sight? At the high points, yes. Yes. So, I've got dots, disturbed salt, door moved, shadow ghost. Wait, here, just move an object, please. That's not moving an object, you goofy goober. All right, now we just... oh. Spicy? Wait, nope. Almost recorded it twice. We're okay. Dots goes doobie zooming dough. Crucifix in 3. You're not a crucifix. There we go. Nice. Okay, there's that. Now do the crucifix, please. And a 1. And a 2. And Oh, he's warm. Oh, I understand. He's shy. Okay. Shh. Hey, no. Come back. Come over this way. You heard the laser stops the ghost for a second. Can you show if it does? Who'd you hear that from? Shut up. Gramps is said that you don't have Pringles? Dude. Okay. Ugh. Have you found the cat? There is no cat. There's a cat sound, though. Would you stop it? Cleanse. Oh, I need a photo of you! Son of a bitch! What did I do with the camera? Where's the photo camera? Mom! Shit. Did I leave it out there? God damn it. He said, get out of my room! Man. I guess we'll get rid of the poop water. It's over there. Over where? Was it in the room? I don't remember what I did with it. I took what photos I needed and I dipped. Grandpa, what'd I do with it? Did I leave it by the front door? Oh, it's right there. Okay, now you've been all kinds of eventful here, bucko. Uh-oh, that's been eaten again. Yoink, Scoob. Oh, shit. Give me this one. Brucey burn, yeah. All right, now listen. A dot photo would also work, sir. Sir. What's your name? John Hands? Yeah. John Hands. Show yourself. That didn't do what I just said to do. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna smudge his ass. Go ahead, walk to that motion sensor. I dare you. You're not gonna do it, are you? Okay. We should be good. Should be good. That buys us time. Buys us time. Hopefully he'll be a little more active. A little more sing-songy. John Hands, show yourself. John Hands, event. Oh, you are a bitch. I saw that. You disappeared the second I did it. I got a picture of a fucking crucifix. God damn it. Why? Oh, yeah? Take that, dirtbag. Okay, I've got to make sure no matter where I look that I can get him. Eat shit, nerd. He's real mad now. Where are the Pringles in my Tendo? All right, let's get out of here. Not get out of here, you know what I mean? We still don't know what it is. I think it's Obambo. I think so. We have another smudge here too, which is nice. Put this down here just in case it does a little roamy roam there. There we go. Okay. Got photos, we've got videos, we've got audios. And ghosties. So, if this is an Obambo, oh, please start hunting now. Please. Please start hunting. Now. 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 Shit. I don't... Okay, well, if I calculate it, hold on. At 29 minutes, should it be fast or slow? So... fast, right? Yeah. So when this ghost hunts, it should be a fast ghost. Odd, fast, even, slow. Well, no. It's every odd minute it changes, Fry. It's every odd it changes. So it's slow for the first minute of the hunt. And then after when it hits the 1 minute mark, it becomes fast. And then it alternates every 2 minutes from that point. So like for this ghost right here, at 31 minutes, it would become a slow ghost. So you're able to figure this one out without even having to really do anything else. Just looking at your watch, you can tell. So I'm kind of hoping that we can hear that. That'd be nice. Ghosts are not usually that kind, though, to allow us to do this. So we'll see. Grandpa, we got Werthers. We got them strawberry candies with the juice in the middle. Gotta head out. Bye, Bloops. Have a good one. It's going to wait until 30. Well, okay, but either way, whatever. At 31 minutes, this should be a slow ghost. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, we're safe. Whew. No Pringles for you, a-hole. No, I said no Pringles. Hey, no, I said no Pringles. Grandpa, no. I said no Pringles. Jerk. Yeah. We could literally hear the speed change. It was a little hard to hear because he went downstairs instead of doing it upstairs, but we still heard it. But we still heard it, and that's what matters. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Strawberry candy, where? Oh, Bambo. Oh, Bambo. Have a good night, Novu.
Welcome back.
If you guess it wrong, you gotta drink the blue cheese. You shut your lips. What is a perfect game? A perfect game actually can be explained from inside your journal. So if you go to your journal and you go over, where is it at? Perfect investigation bonus. If you complete the above all side objectives, collect the bone and fill the journal with unique media, you'll receive an even larger reward. There you go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let us try and do some fast runs. We're going to do some no sanity, no evidence to try to get some levels. Yeah. Musa, thank you for the prime. Thank you so much. Angry Spartan, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, Llama. Have a good one. We're not going anywhere just yet. We're here for a bit. We are here for a bit. What a coincidence. I got no Bambo Willow. All right. No sanity, no evidence. Let's go.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. I've got nothing else to report, unfortunately.
Beyond the booming sound and the red floor, Thank you for the gifted memberships on YouTube, friend. Thank you. Oh, damn it. That's cute. That's so cute. All right. Well, I might need some help on this one. Hell yeah, brother. Might need some help on this one. Wait a minute. No, I haven't opened the front door yet, right? Ambiance, let's go. So this is 0 sanity, 0 evidence. With a blood moon, the ghost is going to be 15% faster. Should be GR 8. Let's go. Sounds normal. I think so for the blood moon. Awfully aggressive there, bucko. Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. If it's normal, I'm going to wait for it to hunt again before we say it is or is not any of the ghosts. We will see. Crazy D, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. Kristen! Yeah, I'd say that's normal. Yeah, it didn't speed up there. If I didn't speed up, what I mean by that is it didn't sprint. It's not a yokai. I'd say we definitely watched it long enough that it's not shape-shifting. I'd say probably not Nobake. It didn't really feel like it was throwing a lot. Yeah. So, question is, here, let me pull up this. Let me pull up this so you can hear the speed. So, Blood Moon Ghost, normal speed. I'm pretty sure that that's what we heard. I'm pretty sure that's what we heard. And if that's true, again, we'll make sure. Then we can start eliminating some ghosties. Is it slow a bit? You think so? Do you mean what the sound I just played or the ghost? The sound you played is slower. Let's hear it hunt again and we'll see. You might be right. Okay. It's like like a single beat faster. Let me take a look. Let's take a look in our book. Huh. Maybe. Okay, actually, wait. Wait, what's the time? 4 minutes? This might be too fast. Hold on. Maybe it is twins. That sounds almost too fast. Fast twins? Maybe. Might be fast twins. I think the Obambo might be too fast. If it is, then we should hear a speed change at some point. Sounds like a Delta gas? No, it's absolutely not. Because we haven't thrown objects. This ghost would be really, really fast. Wait for it to hunt again and we'll see what happens. The fast twins sounded closer. Well, yeah, I think so too. Not 100% about that, but so the glass doors block line of sight. They do. Yeah, the ghost can't see through that. The Oswong? Well, that would make sense. If it was the Oswong, wouldn't it sound like a normal ghost because the Oswong is already a slow ghost? That wouldn't make sense. What we're hearing is what sounded like. It doesn't sound like normal blood moon. It sounds like a little bit faster. Let's try this. Okay, it's not a Cormos. You're not a Cormos. You're not a Cormos. You're not a Cormos. Shit, I didn't start a timer. God damn it. Oh, it's worth a try. It's worth a try. It's worth a try. Yeah, at first I was like, oh, the way he's pathing. Oh. Unfortunate. It was close. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Got the badges, trying not to spoil the new map until I play myself. But thank you for the last. I appreciate you, Incognito. I hope you enjoyed the map, friend. Hope you enjoy it. Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know. Is the Obambo still on the table? Oh gosh, dang it. Oh my God. Stop it. Please. Please stop. There we go. You son of a bitch. He cut my juice. Cut the juice. He's crapping in the tub. It's a bad day. Do the twins switch from fast to slow every hunt? No, it's random. What are you doing down here, you sicko? That doesn't answer my question. God damn it. Now, the thing that is bothering us is that it didn't sound like a normal ghost, unless we're just gaslighting ourselves. Because again, this is what normal blood moon sounds like. And that, it just sounds so slightly different. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Miner? How are you? Azir, what's up? Do you like the new Ghost or the rework a little more? Do I like the Ghost or the map more? Probably the map. Yeah, as for the speed of the Ghost, I mean, as for something that would even be slightly closer in speed, but not too fast, dude, freaking weird. Scholar, thank you for the 14 months. Hey, Peril, how are you? Oh, could it be a Galu? Well, there's 3 different speeds if you're thinking about a Galu, because there's the normal speed, right? Or it would be this, which sounds way too fast. That sounds way too fast. What's up, Danny? How are you? Cyber, thank you for the 20 months. We're gonna listen to it again. It's gonna be some normal Ghost. You bitch. Hey, what's up, Astoria? Still a bitch. I just turned the light off. Twig, what's up, homie? Twig, this ghost is a turd. Tell it to stop being what it is. I have a blood moon. It's 0 sanity. It's 0 evidence. The sound, it does not sound right. It sounds too fast. Love the update. It's been really, really good. Yeah, the update's been great. Hello, Twig and friends. How are we doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope that the stream was amazing. I hope that Willow was treating you well. What I intended to do as quicker games has now changed to not. I think it's just normal blood moon and we're being fooled. It could be. In your opinion, they fixed the game? I think they fixed a lot. I don't think the game is completely fixed, though. No way. Lots of things they can change, but way better. Scary Noises, Blood Moon. Have you heard them? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen. Let me see something. You know what I think? I do think it's a normal ghost. I think it's a normal ghost and we're being gaslit. I think there's something happening with the sound of the footies, and I think that we're assuming it's faster, but I think it's normal. Yeah. You prefer rework of Tanglewood or Willow more? Willow. I've always liked the Willow layout more than I've liked Tanglewood. Can it be in the basement? Well, I mean, it's hunting from the basement. I can only assume so. All right. Now we'll start doing some normal tests. Yeah, I think so too. The different floor, I think, is making it sound faster. It could be. this full screen journal. Yeah, it's the way that it was. Here comes Grandpa. There we go. Now it hath been smudged. So I will take that time to get more crap. The higher pitch makes it sound faster. I think it's just the wood. Yeah, I think it's making it sound really, really strange. Hey, Promise Fire, thank you for the 12 months. Twig, thank you again for the raid. If you have to raid and run, you know I appreciate you, friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get some salts. Let's get some fire, and let's get another crucifix. Ah, caramba. They kill it with the Willow update. I think it's great. Love it. Oh. This ain't going to be very useful without my lighter. I don't think it's a demon. It doesn't feel like it's been hunting fast, like early. But, yeah, we'll see. I do have to ask about the astronomer badges. They're disappearing. Yeah, I think there's a bug, and I think they know it. So there's going to be a fix coming to fix that, for sure. Where you at, bruh? You in here? Shit. Well, that's a pickle. Well, ain't that a pickle? I don't know where it's coming from. Let's do this. Got the badge. Nice. I should have left you downstairs, but I didn't. Here, I'm going to stay in here because I don't want to ruin my smudge test. So just in... Okay. Well, probably not a demon or a spirit. I'd say the odds are low. Drone, welcome in. Gearing, Snape, Moki, Pack, welcome in, friends. Thank you for the prime. Hunting has commenced. Do I have an extra hand right now? No, I don't, but I do have this. And some poo water. You sneaky bitch. Oh, what the hell, dude? Now you walk in it? What? Are you a freaking Galu? Wait a gosh darn minute. It 100% walked through this. Oh, this is a Galu. Yeah, this is no evidence. Yeah. Right? Hold on. Hold your phones. If you have a phone, hold it. Where's my Galu? Galu. Dude, you are so... You know what? F you. F you. I'm leaving. Nope, I'm leaving. Unless... Oh, unless... Oh, I'm coming back. Hold. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Is this why we've been thinking that it's something different the entire time? You better eat that crucifix. Swear to God. I see you. I see you. Uh-oh. Okay, okay, okay. I saw no orbs, though. Dude is fast. That is fast. That's gotta be a Galu. It has to be. Yeah, now it has walked in that salt. It has not walked in this one because it walked in that one after the hunt ended. It has to be. Pissed Galu, yeah. So the 3 different speeds for the Galu, I'll show you what they sound like. Especially during a blood moon, which is already tricky enough. Ads are about to happen, which is actually perfect. So the normal state. When it's during a blood moon. I think we were hearing it fast. I think we were just being gaslit because it kept changing speeds. Yeah. Yeah. Freaking Galu, dude. Ay, caramba. Oh, haba hole. Ay. We're not going crazy. I don't think so. Or maybe we are, and it's just part of the game, you know? Losing your actual mind.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we thought. Frickin' Galu. All right, well, we got it. All right, I'm running ads, friends. I do 3 minutes every hour. I'm going to go ahead and run them before we go into the next one. Frickin' Blood Moon. I don't do enough. I don't have enough of them to know the ghosty speeds. Usually we just, I don't know. We figured out with the abilities. Hi. See you, Jack. Have a good one. I was crazy once. Just got done watching the Blood Moon No Evidence YouTube video, and then you're live with it. I know. Silly, dude. So silly. All right. Yeah, it was a Galu. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm just gonna stay on the ad screen. So I will BRB, okay? Yeah. Ads are different for different people. Sometimes you get them for a second. Sometimes you get them for all 3 minutes. Sometimes you don't get them at all. It depends on the region and a lot of different things. Yeah. All right. BRB. Does the chair count for adult supervision? I suppose. If it has to. Thank you for the follows, friends. Welcome in. Southern, thank you for the 2-month prime. Thank you. The chair's the fun uncle. What the hell? Chair's the fun uncle. What the hell? All right. Let's get off the ad screen. Hey, what's up, Blueberry? How are you? Oh, with how many blood moons you've been getting recently, maybe you try your hand at Grafton Farmhouse to get a blood. You know it won't happen. You know it won't. I'll try and it won't happen. We've been trying to get, we're working on our Willow Street badge stuff, and that's why I've been playing so much Willow. Yeah. Tis what we've been doing. Okay. Let's go back into this and try another no evidence, no sanities. Shall we? Smash in. Thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, dude. If we hit this again, we will spin the wheel again. Just side note. All right. Let's go. Please. Okay, there's no red. Should be a little more clean. You're 1/3 of the way. I'm probably close to 1/3 of the way too. Yeah, I've got to have at least like 16 or 17 runs in. So I'm probably very, very close. So like very close to the same as you. All right, let's go. At least not on the blood moon. Yeah. Yeah, at least. I do. Win the blue cheese pop. It's not going to happen. With how much stuff is on that wheel? I wouldn't get soda twice. All right, let's wait here. That light's a mood. It's a thing. I didn't realize you could even turn it on by clicking it. Don't jinx it. It's not going to happen. Is it always in the basement for you? It's half and half, I'd say. I'd say half and half. Thank you for the follows, friends. What's up, Sloppy? King, welcome in. Uh-oh. My giblets are burning. What? Not a mare. Probably say not a mare, probably not a shade. Why nightmares only like one hiding spot on Willow? I don't know. There should be more than one. I think on Insanity there's like one. Wow, dude. Okay. Not a mare, not a Cormos, not an Oni. Not a mare because it turned on a light. Not a Cormos or an Oni because of the fart ball. They can't do that. Check for orbs. No. Nah. Lady Ghost, yeah. Okay, that sounds slower to me too. Oh, look, the bone. Not no bombo. Wait a minute. Were you this slow? Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Would you stop touching the door? Get off. Is this a die? Did it just start getting faster because I started moving? Hold on. Wait a tick. Or not? What the hell? Slow twin? Could be. You son of a bitch. Oh, thank God the breaker's right here. I swear I heard the speed up as well. I thought I heard it too. losing my mind over here. How low can you get the new ghost in the game? I don't know what that means. See the look of confusion on my face? How low can the ghost get? What do you mean, how low? How slow? Speed. Oh, yeah. I think someone said in chat, it's like 0.4 meters per second. Mm-hmm. I'm just training to be a ventriloquist. Exactly. Well, the speed up would have been pretty, like, A, we would hear a normal ghost, and then wait a minute. I saw no breath. Dude, what the hell? This is so weird. Well, I went and turned the breaker off so we could look for her breath and we didn't see it. That's why I was like, ooh, maybe this is a Hantu. Hey, Beasley. It's going well. Getting some weird ghosts. Frickin' weird ghosts. It's like it has 12 different speeds, right? I don't think it's even hunting from in this room anymore. Now, if it's... Someone just said what I was thinking. You're gonna burst the lights. You're gonna burst the lights. Yeah, because you're a piece of shit. Thank you. Thank you, Cap Jim. Ah, nostalgia. Ah. Now the Aswang is a little bit slower, but I swear. Listen to that speed. Your rules say no overuse of Kappa. Kappa is literally my name. Help me, Obi-Wan. Listen. You gotta play with how the cards are dealt. Okay. We said no overuse of you. So you have to decide what that means. Oh, that's right. You burst the lights because you suck and I hate your face. A little bit faster than the ghost. Ah, yeah, it's close. So. Meemaw. Speeding up with line of sight. Stip, stomp, stip, stomp, stip, stomp. I'm sort of thinking it might be an Aswang as well. I might have to leave the stream. Another streamer is streaming now. I mean, that's definitely not something you just have to announce. You could just leave, dude. It's all good. It's all good. Appreciate you hanging out. Definitely a weird thing to say to somebody. Unless it's a twin. I don't. Listen, it's so weird. Test for the Aswang? Well, that's going to be a problem. The only test I can really do would be having it try to speed up with line of sight. I can't do the hiding spot thing because I don't have hiding spots. I don't have any. It's been that same speed the whole time. I don't think it's a mimic. No, I don't think so. Twins have line of sight speed up. Mm-hmm. Oh, they certainly do. Oh, they certainly do. This is another weird ghost. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at, okay, if we're doing that, like, let's say that it is a different speed and it is not a normal speed ghost, right? We know that it's not you because I'm not moving items. So if I remove all of the normal speed ghosts, we get rid of Bake, Myling, the Onryo, Pulte, Phantom, Shade, Spirit, the Mimic. I don't think it's a Mimic. Yokai, Yurei, Wraith. And then we're being like, okay, Jin would also be gone. And then we're left with these ghosties, right? Maybe the Oswong, maybe? I think Galu's also normal to start with, isn't it? I think so. Thanks to you, I bought Funnel Runners. It's a very good game to play with friends. Isn't this so fun? It is so good. Yeah, no, Dio. We didn't see the breath. It's not a Hantu. We don't hear enough change in speed for that. Different speed without, I mean, it would be really fast with the electronics. Not a Revy for sure. It would have started really fast for a Thay and for a Moroi. Obambo, Twins, Oswong, and the Dayan. We don't think it's a Dayan because of the speed whenever it was near us. So then you're left with these three, right? You're left with those three. Check the name. Well, it's a grandma, so I don't think we have to do that. There we go. Plane has landed. It hasn't changed speeds at all, which is really why we're leaning the Oswong. As for the Obambo, the way that we could cancel that out is by the speed itself. So, like we said, every odd minute it changes. So at 1 minute, it goes from being slow to fast, and then it switches every 2 minutes. So slow to fast, and then it goes, so slow, fast, slow, fast. So this would be slow, right? Like if it hunted right now, it would be slow, which is kind of unfortunate. Because we want to hear the fast. But the odds of it being twins hunting at the slow speed every time. Come on now. Come on now. What button is it to check the watch? It's changed. It has changed. It's H unless you rebind it. Like I rebound mine to tab. It's just, I think the thing that is really throwing us off is that it sounds like the speed is changing. Legit sounds like the speed is changing. Left on the D-pad if you're on console. Thank you, Wicked. There you go. Ghosty, do you want to eat this real quick? Ghosty? Official hiding spot time? I don't have official hiding spots. I ain't got any. This preset has no hiding spots. Yeah, the closest thing I have to a test for the Oswong is line of sight speed. It's the closest thing I got. Oh shit. I did it again. No, that's gotta be. It has to be. It's so weird. Of course we got a weirdo. That's okay. We'll go to the next one. Definitely not. How many official hiding spots are there on the new Tanglewood, by the way? I haven't exactly counted them on myself yet. If you use the unofficial cheat sheet, you can actually see visuals of what the spots actually look like. I can even show you. I can show you here in a second. Let's just make sure we got this stupid ghost. Hopefully. Granny's making a grilled cheese. Shit. She better be making an and cheese for all of us.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Nice. Oswong. Let me pull this up real quick. So inside of this, the unofficial cheat sheet, which if you go to phasmocheatsheet.com, it will literally take you to this page. It's an awesome resource that gives you a ton of information. You hear me testing the ghost speeds, this is where I do that. But if you come down here and you go to the current map, and let's just use Tanglewood, for example, we go to Tanglewood, we go to the map explorer. This is where you can see the things like the official hiding spots and the unofficial hiding spots. So the unofficial hiding spots, it gives you a visual aid as to where you can hide, and it can never be blocked. So when you walk in the front door and you go in the hobby room, there you are. And it actually gives it a star rating based on how good they think that spot is. So like this is a 1 star. Not a great spot, but you know what though? In a pinch, you got to do what you got to do. 2 star in here in the main bathroom. Nancy's room, this is a great spot. I use this spot. That's a 4 star. The other spot over there, not good, but again, in a pinch, you got to do what you got to do. 1 star, 1 star. There's a 3 star over there in the living room in between the VHS player and the cabinet. The kitchen, you've got a 1 star spot by just ducking around the corner. Garage, a 3 star behind the car. Dining room, a 3 star. Yeah, in the basement, you've got 2 as well. But this is probably one of the best spots. It means the way that they give it a star rating is based on how likely it is for the ghost to wander or roam into that area. So that's why. That is why. Anyone else lose several badges? They have. Yeah, people have been reporting it. Yep, it's going to get fixed. But there you go. There you have it. And then as for the new map, I don't know if that's been updated yet, has it? They do be fast though. So they already have on the Willow Street map on this has already been updated. So you can literally go in here and see what the official hiding spots look like when they're blocked or not blocked. Yeah, Zero Network, they're crazy. They are crazy. So you see how all of them look. But if you're looking for unofficial hiding spots on the new Willow, which has been really difficult to find, they have some right here for us. There's a 2 star inside of the living room, a 1 star. Again, on the other side of the couch where I break line of sight right there. There's a 3 star by going into the shower. So when the door is not there, that means it's not a hiding spot anymore. Well, wait. Hold on a second. Wait, what is the 3 star? Is it just going into this corner? Wait a minute. The shower is a hiding spot. It must be just tucking around the corner. That must be what it is. Verifier. Dude, think of the subs. Yeah, the pantry, that's an official hiding spot. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe, you know what it might be? What it might be referencing? It might be referencing when that spot is no longer a hiding spot. They don't block it. They just remove the door. So maybe you just tuck yourself back in there and then it's like an unofficial almost. Yeah, that might be what it is. Verifier. Thank you so much, man. Sometimes it's locked. The shower? Really? The pantry I could see because it's an official hiding spot. This one, for them to be an official, I don't think there's I don't see a door there. If you want an abstract Lovecraftian horror game similar to Lethal Company, check out The Mound. Oh, Baron wanted us to check that out. Yeah, we're going to check it out at some point. Yeah, shower's not locked. It's just no door. Yeah. Which is a little bit different than what they normally do. Yeah. Master bedroom over here, hiding between the little partition and the cabinet. Yeah. Yeah, I would not trust the pantry right now if I were you. Right, I've seen ghosts walk directly into it. I wouldn't trust it if I were you. Until they fix it, which we reported it, by the way. Love, thank you for the 9 months. 2 star there. Basement, you've got a 3 star on the other side of the washer dryer. 1 star in the corner. 3-star over here if you hide by the bar. So there's nothing crazy good when it comes to natural hiding, except for this. So I'd have to test this. Going to the other side of the weights, I guess the ghost can't see you. No, it's not 1 to 3. It's either, is it a 5-star system or is it a 4-star system? I don't remember now. I don't remember. The pantry's annoying at the moment. I wouldn't trust it. No, I've watched the ghost walk into that spot and I know that it would take me out. No way. I think it's a 4. I think so too. There's a 5-star on the big campsite, I think. Oh, is there? Oh shit. Well, I need to check. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Smokey's going to sleep. All right. Well, Flash says goodnight. On the big campsite. I know you said you think you weren't sure. I'll check. Oh, you're right. There is literally the first one I looked at. There's a 5-star right there. And there's a 5-star over here. So 4 is really good. 5 is awesome. 5 is like extremely unlikely that the ghost will go and find you. It can. It technically can. It's just very unlikely that it will. Yeah. So there you go. 5-star on Nels in the manager's office. I love that spot. That's so good. It's so good. Yeah. Very low chance. Map reminds me of how overwhelming that campsite is. I never play it. It's fine. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's really not. Thank you for the follows, guys. If you got gifted by Verifier, please always make sure to thank your gifter. Thank you so much. What's your favorite level 1 and level 2 item to use over the level 3 variant? I don't know. I like using the tier 2 headlamp over the tier 3 because I don't want to use night vision. I like using the tier 2 incense instead of tier 3 because I don't want to stop the ghost in its tracks. Petition to change the Delta Gas name to Duty Gas. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's do one more. No evidence, no sanity, and see how this goes. Hopefully we get a different speed ghost. Oh, does kick 2 drops for Phasmo? No.
All right, we're here.
No.
Take a look at the equipment.
Good night, Carrie. Have a good one, friend. Are you streaming tomorrow morning?
I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost.
Carol. Oh no, it's Coral. It's Coral. Nader's on Friday. That's always possible. Yeah, co-working, maybe sneaky Phas games. All right. Well, I'll be there, friend. I'll be there. Friends, if you're new here and you're not in the Discord link is in chat. So are the rest of my socials. I have posted a bunch of YouTube videos recently, especially with the new Willow Street and everything that's going on if you want to check it out. As for the patron members that are a part of a certain patron tier, we will be having games coming up this week on Saturday. Hello. Watch you get a Goryo or something. Wow. Thanks for wishing that upon me. Eh. 60% of the way. Let's go. Fantastic streamer, very educational. My friends think I'm a pro because you taught me a lot about the game. Oh, let's go. Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad the videos have been helpful. The details are great. The reworks have been so good. I love the reworks. They have been quacktastic. It'd be a cool poltergeist when it does throw everything ability. Yeah. Like a little mini Nader. There's a cat door in the front door window. You mean the thing that I was literally just doing this to? I know. Easy question, but is it rare to get a demon? It's the same chance as every other ghost. First, I'm like, am I going deaf, dude? What the hell? Can you try the reworks? Oh, like Willow? Yeah, give me a sec. This sounded oddly quiet. That was weird. Super strange. I'm gonna get a flashlight. I don't trust. Yeah, but then it was weird. I don't know. I felt like it was too far away, and then I could all of a sudden hear it. It was really strange. So I'll use the flashlight to check. Three 5-stars on prison. Oh, for the hiding spots? I had imagined. I would imagine prison's a pretty big map. It's a pretty big map. Let's sit right here. Boyfriend wants couple time. Pfft, so needy, dude. See a spider. Skill issue, hello. Half of prison's a 5-star because it's usually far enough away from the ghost, right? Double door sound like a cash register. He heard you. Sorry. Well, they finally added official hiding spots for high school. Yeah. I hear its footsteps. No, I hear its footsteps. I say nay nay. That ain't a miling. Are you a little Jennifer? Oh my God. Well, well, well. I'm not gonna F it. We're just getting out of there. First time seeing this map. It looks so new, but also familiar. I know, it's so good. I love it. I love it. That's gotta be a gin. It's gotta be a gin. It's gotta be Jennifer, or Jim, as my wife would call him. Her. Meemaw's got a little pep in her step. No, she was just excited to see me. I was excited to see you too, Grandma. She's like, I love your cat badge. Can I have it? Yeah, that was way faster. So now, look. Now we're at 19. Jimothy, that's right. A little giddy up and go. Woo! She want to pinch them cheeks. Oh, shit. The Jinn has instant line of sight speed up. The Jinn has a speed up that is different than the others because it basically instantly, it does like an instant sprint. So it goes from what sounds like your normal, like if you're listening to the ghost on normal hunting speed, it's normally like this. When the Jinn starts sprinting, it almost sounds double time. So you'll hear this, and then you'll hear like, yeah, your wife also wants you to know that she's not a noob. Oh, this is very true. Yeah. She's played Phasmo a couple of times, and I tried to be a very helpful husband and say, hey, if you do this and this, she's like, I'm not a noob. So, you know, I shut up. And then she got scared of her breath and almost died. All right. Let's go back to our cozy nightmares because we're just getting games in. Is today the last day for the drops? Nope. You have all the way till the 28th. Don't blame Mrs. Flash. Nah, I won't blame her. I won't blame her. Maybe we'll convince her to play more Phasma one of these days. How are you, Mr. Doc? How's it going, sir? Also not a baby like you with the one chip. Okay. Who lasted longer needing any sort of anything after eating the one chip? I'll give you a hint. It was me. Jerry, thank you for the 12 months. Hello. Yo, let's go talk. Favorite, least favorite part of the Willow so far? My favorite part is that it is the same layout as it was. My least favorite part is probably the fact that the gaming systems don't actually show up on the TVs. I'd say that's fair. I'd say that's fair. All right, let's go. The nice part about playing it over and over is trying to get the ghost to basically be in every room as a favorite room to start.
I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost sighting.
Unrelated to the game, but do you have a favorite artist or a band? Yeah, Thrice. Thrice is my favorite band. Yes, sir. All right, Steven. Firelight, capture a photo of an EMF and a sound recorder. Well, guess what? We're going to do dis, and dis. We're going to do the things. Chaotic! Thank you for the 5 subs, dude. Thank you. I'll be lurking. I appreciate the lurks. Thank you. I would have thought the pigs being too big would win. Well, you know. I don't know. That's hard to say, Matthew. I don't know. So is the closet cat supposed to be alive or is it a ghost of CJ's cat? I don't really know. I don't know. Another wheel spin? We don't have another wheel spin. No, no. No, no. No, no. Oh, hello. No, because we were already so close to it. That's why I went to the next step up whenever we were spinning the last one. So this is a natural hiding spot right here. I don't know if the ghost can like not see you through that. Because my item goes right through it. I don't know. Did I hit that switch? Did I do this? I didn't do that. I did. But the ghost is still around here somewhere. Where you at, bruh? Alright, well, you're here, so I'm just gonna drop all my crap. Right before I turn the power and I flip the switch, I don't remember anything. I remember nothing. Oh, look, a ghost. Looky, looky. I need the thermo because we need to know which room it is so I know where to set up. Is that a poultry throwing in the light? No, it might be a ghost in the other room reaching and throwing in this room. Because they've got like a range at which they could, a way at which they could do it. Odds are, it's probably in here. Seven, 6.5. Oh, never mind. It's in the gym. Don't you do it. You're about to fart on me. No, back off. Can I ask how you aren't bored of Phaz yet? I just enjoy playing it. I enjoy playing it. If I ever want to play any different games, I play different games. I like the puzzle. I like trying to figure out the ghost. I like trying to give myself different challenges to do. Yep. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy. What's up, Tuga? How are you? Time to test that hiding spot. It's in the ghost room. Why would I do that? Never gets boring. I mean, I definitely could see it getting boring for somebody if they're not enjoying it anymore. That's totally fair. There's absolutely zero problem with that. But I look for different ways to make it interesting. I play solo, I play multiplayer, I do challenges, I do speed runs, I do all kinds of stuff. Yeah. All right, Ghosty, I'm gonna drop this in here. I'm gonna get more things and then we'll be around. You think UV shows up on that? I'm not really sure. Interesting. Let's get some salt. No one would ask that question to a loyal Call of Duty player. The same game over and over and over again. It certainly is. Actually, it gets worse. That franchise has gotten worse and worse and worse. The second that they were giving players rockets, basically jetpacks to go boosting off of the ground, in my opinion, it went to shit. Or it went into a state that I really didn't like anymore, and I stopped playing. Wicked Raven, hello. I hated it. Like literal boots off the ground. Like everybody's just flying around everywhere. I'm like, dude, this is like some awful version of Halo. Stippies. Stippies. All right, see, no UV. Okay, that's good to know. Stopped. I stopped when I saw Black Ops 3. That's fair. People get so bothered by repeat fast players. I don't know why. I don't know. What? Excuse you? Miss Scoozy? Oh, we got a fiber. Are you out here? What the hell? You're doing everything. This is such a weird ghost. Okay. Got another weirdo on our hands. Popping in for bed to say hello. Well, I hope you have a wonderful night, friend. No Gorio then? Wow, I don't know if that's an official room change, though. I'll forever love Call of Duty World War II. I will forever love World of War. That was my favorite Call of Duty. I loved every aspect of that game. The single player was amazing. The multiplayer was amazing. It was simple. You literally had 3 kill streaks you could use. You didn't have 1,500 different things you could add. It was great. You were either good at that game or you were shit. And it was awesome. And that was the first introduction to the Nazi zombies too. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loved it. Code, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you, thank you. Thank you all for the follows. Appreciate you. Freaking zombies, dude. That was the introduction to zombies. New player, I prestige, struggling a bit with the tier 1 items. Any tips? 50 hours, play professional. If you're struggling with the tier 1 items, I mean, do you not understand how to use them? Or like, what are you struggling with in particular? And you had to beat the game to get the zombies. It was the only Call of Duty that I went out of the way to beat on veteran mode. It was the only one. Because I liked the campaign that much. It was that good. I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. There were some missions that really sucked, but still did it though. You used to play COD 4? Yeah, COD 4, that's when I started. That was the first time I ever played like Call of Duty. Let us see if the Stinky do you remember the multiplayer map Dome on World of War? I do. Where you spawn on like the outside down a little bit, or you spawn inside. Yeah. That was a very small map. Medal of Honor? Yep. I certainly do. Fill out your papers. Ghost is making pizza? Have that ghost. That ghost stupid. That ghost go right to hell. Alright, so Ghosty is in here. Wait a second. That salt has been down for a while, yes? Hath it not? Are you about to be another dirtbag? Oh, you son of a bitch. The second I do it. Fine. Where are you?
4.
What an a-hole. This might be twins. It could be. Diane Spirit twins. Firelight and sounds. What did it say? I think. Modern Warfare 2 was also a fun game. It was. Modern Warfare 2 was good. I didn't like that one as much. Oh no, it takes too much time to get evidence and the ghost spawns inside of me. Tier 1 crucifix. So I'm trying to figure out how to word this. The better you get at the game, the more efficient you can be, and the more you can repeat your success with no matter the tier, whether it's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. It doesn't matter. But from the sounds of it, because you've only been playing the game so much, so you only have so much experience in it. But the more you play, you're going to realize the better you get. If you're struggling to get evidence, then you need to figure out what it is you need to do to get the evidence better, like to get it faster, more reliably. So figuring out where the ghost is using motion sensors, knowing where it is, so that when you see it walk through a motion sensor, you know, oh, I can test for spirit box right now because I'm on top of the ghost. The equipment itself is going to hinder you, which really sucks because tier 1 spirit box, not very great. Not very good. It's kind of shitty. The writing book only has a certain range. So like you've got to put it where the ghost is going to be. Tier 1 thermometer is not the best. It's fine though, because it will, yes, it's not like very accurate and it hobbles around a little bit, but it will eventually tell you if it's going to be in the, like if that's the ghost room or not. It's really experience. Experience is the thing. The more you play this, you're going to start to understand what you need to do. Yeah. You like the tier 1 thermo? That's fair. How'd you get a response so quick in the spirit box? Because I knew where the ghost was going to be. Yeah. I knew... Wait, what do I need? Firelight. I knew that when it set off the motion sensor, I knew where the ghost was standing, and I knew when I could use the spirit box. How can I get your badge in Phasmophobia? Which badge? So, like, let's do an example here. Let's see if it walks over near me. You know what? Here's a little trick for you. Getting tired of hearing the spirit box the way you're hearing it? Oh, look, it's muffled. As long as you don't change floors or turn it off and turn it back on, you're Gucci. Come over here, stupid. Ah, see, I screwed it. I put it away. I put it away by doing the headlamp. But yeah, if you're on the same floor, you throw it outside, you pick it back up so you stand inside, throw it outside. Pick it back up while standing inside, muffled. If I walk downstairs, it would unmuffle. Yeah, this has been in the game forever. Where are you? Did it just set this off? It didn't, right? Okay, never mind. Sorry. Same could be said for throwing it inside while outside. Yeah. Yeah. Where are you?
From behind.
I'm doing this for the cat. I don't know what that means. Because I'm a cool cat. Okay, that still didn't answer my question. The correct response would be that I didn't actually ask you a question. Jesus. Look at this. Absolute maniac. Thank you for the follows, by the way, friends. Oh, I need 2 sounds. Oh, yeah, that's right. Maybe it's over here. Where are you?
Found far from their home.
the Mango Man. Objectives are done. Beautiful. What house is getting reworked? Multiple. Which one is getting reworked next? Edgefield. Which one after that? Ridgeview. What about after that? A new map. What about after that? I don't know. Daddy Wags, thank you for the 20 months, dude. Thank you. You didn't get the Cool Cat ID yet? If you go to twitch.tv/drops, it should give you your watch time, like for the badge. Or I think it even shows it in chat now sometimes. Yeah, Kitty Wildcat, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Can't wait for Ridgeview. Ridgeview is going to be really, really good. Yeah. How can you tell the ghost without using evidence? Experience. The more you play, the better you get. Experience, my friend. Watch for a good bit. It could be a Twitch thing too. If you're watching and it's not, also make sure you're not watching too many people at once. That might be screwing it up. I think I've heard people saying that could screw it up. I think. Bring the viewers to the animated badge. Love the content. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, you can get the animated badge here. Just you? Yeah. Then, I mean, the best thing I could tell you would be trying to log in. Yes. Trying to log out and log back in. See if that could possibly help. Yeah. Do I believe in the piano conspiracy? Or are you talking about the piano conspiracy? I like the vest. It is pretty nice. Make sure you aren't muting the streamer too. Have the volume at 1%. There you go. Yeah, one of the best ways you can do it is to open it up somewhere and then walk away. Like if you want to earn the badge but you can't watch the stream, just opening it up somewhere else and then just walking away. Walk away. The piano of death leaves no survivors. How do we know if it's an event or a hunt, you guys? Hearing outdoor lock every single time? Not necessarily. It depends on what difficulty you're playing on. It depends on what the type of event or like the ghost appearing, the way, like how it shows up. If I'm playing on something like Nightmare and I see the ghost instantly when I think it's an event or a hunt, if I see the ghost instantly, it's an event because there is a cooldown, basically, time that you have to wait before the ghost can actually, the time the ghost has to wait before it can start hunting. So the grace period, which I think for Nightmare is like 2 or 3 seconds. That's how long from when the hunt initiates to when the ghost actually shows up and starts chasing you. So when the hunt gets initiated, you could count like 1, 2, and then the ghost will start actually trying to get you. If you see it instantly, it's not a hunt. If you see it and it's not in a physical manifestation, like a full physical form, it's not a hunt. There's a lot of things it depends on. Me with my 0-second grace period. You're just trying to keep it spicy. There's a difference. There's a difference. All right, let's just make it hunt. If people are doing 0 grace period, they're keeping it spicy. All right. Now my sanity's tanked, and then we wait for the ghost to hunt. I just want to feel something, okay? The warm embrace of a ghosty pants. Is that what you want to hear? I mean, is that what you want to feel? Normie? No. That's not normie. What happens if I do this? So the ghost was hunting. When you finish lighting the circle, if the ghost is hunting, it will teleport to the circle and finish hunting. Hence why it tried to show up and murder our faces off. Now that speed sounded different and it was not slowing down near us unless I was foo-welled and it was a dying. But no, because we were here. That's within 10 meters and it was still fast. That made your wife scream in your ear? Oh, you're welcome. You are so welcome. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. You're right. Dude, yeah, Steven with the vest. He can't be a dying anyway. Yeah, that's wins. Yeah. Touche. I didn't mark it down at the beginning of the hunt. I totally should have. That's my bad. Ryder, thank you so much for the sub. Can you technically use the circle more than once if you replenish your sanity? Once you've used the circle, you can't use it again.
There's some jobs ready for you.
Yeah, once you've used it once, that's it. Nice. Ghosty got the objectives. That was the goal. 'Twas the goal. All right, let me do this. Stop rates for an hour. Blah, 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 blah. Ears are off today. Dude, mine are too. I feel like there were a few hunts in there where the sound just was not right for me. I don't know. It was weird. All right. Let us actually, I'm going to end it on the YouTube so we can go find our raid target on the Twitch side. But Tubes, thank you guys so much. Thank you. Let's go find someone to say hi to, friends. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you, friends. Anyone have any issues recording motion sensor video? I haven't. It's been fine for me. Yeah, let's go find us a friendo. If you guys are earning drops, don't stress it. I'm going to take you somewhere to continue earning your drops. So whatever progress you have towards the animated badge, you're good. You are good. No, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Side note for anybody that does or is interested in Liquid Death, the pina colada. It's good stuff. It's not too strong. I think that's why I like it. It is not super strong. Gotta get some sleep for being a game. I got you. No worries. Thank y'all for the follows, by the way. Thank you. The Dead Billionaire Liquid Death is good. That wasn't in this pack, was it? Hold on. I put them all in the fridge. Hold on. I put them all in the fridge, but I didn't look. This one, no. So this one has pina colada, severed lime, squeezed to death, and strawberry terror. And I've tried strawberry terror and pina colada. Strawberry terror was really good too. They're both really good. I haven't tried squeezed to death or severed lime yet, so we'll see. But are very good. What is it? Liquid Death. Liquid Death. Yum. It's sparkling water. It's basically soda flavored sparkling water. Yeah. It's a lemon iced tea. Ooh, okay. I'll have to go find it. Yeah. Love the new card. I know, it's so good. Yeah, so you guys you've read it there. You have until the 28th to earn it. So from now till the 28th, and that green color that you see on the card, really, it's just based on how you look at the card. So if you're looking at a different, it's not green. If you're looking at a different angle, it's not like here. I'll show you. You see how it looks green there? Look here. It is really about the angle at which you see it. But I mean, for the most part, though, that green doesn't show up like that. It's fine. He's fine. Isn't it caffeinated? No, not this one. Not this one. They do. They do have caffeine. Like they do have caffeinated drinks, but no, these don't. Just flavored water. Yeah. Matt Hatter, welcome in. Dylan, thank you for the 2-month Prime, man. Thank you. All right. Let's close Phasmos down and let's go get you to a raid target. I'll be live again on Friday.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for
We'll
you.
probably be doing more Phas. I will decide what we're going to do that night. I might have some friendos joining me. We will see. Yeah. We will see. But thank you guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. Good to see everybody. Good. Good night, Shade. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the follows. Appreciate y'all coming in. All right. I know where I'm going. I'm just double checking something. Good night, Avocado. Good night, Juju. Thank you, friend. GC, thank you. No, you have a great night. No, you have a great night. So I didn't know what I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do for this, for this, for this. So I have the extended goal. It's if we reach it, we'll do a 12-hour stream. No, you. So if there's any better ideas for what to do for that, I will totally think. But I was quick thinking before the stream. I was like, I think that's what we're gonna do. So marked it down for a 12-hour. If we decide to do something else, then yeah. You might know on Saturday. I might know what to make the goal. Oh, thank you, Will. I appreciate you. Blue cheese soda flu. Ew, that sounds awful. Yes? Okay. We'll see. The missus is going to be going out of town this weekend. So it's going to be me and the little ones. So there's a good possibility for some extra stream time there at night. We will see. Saturday, I will be doing a Patreon game day event in the middle of the day. But beyond that, though, that night, once the kiddos are asleep, I think I might throw some extra streams. Yeah. Or an extra stream. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see. Rest up. Yeah. Well, I've got work. I've got work in the morning. I work a 40 to 50 hour a week job. I still work. See ya, Coco. Have a good one. I don't know. We might do some Nader running away on Friday, maybe, but we'll probably stick to Faz. Pear ice cream, blue cheese soda sounds like a plan. Ugh. I don't like pears. I'm seeing some yeah. Work 40, 50 hours, does all this content. What a gem. King, the way that I explain it to people is that I love all of it, and that's why I do all of it. Yeah. My wife, my children, my job, my content, all the things. I do all of it because I love all of it. That's why. That is why. People ask, do you ever think about doing content full time? It's like, oh, I've thought about it. I've thought about it couple times. It's just a matter of feeling comfortable enough to do it. That's a very hard thing to do. And I don't feel comfortable enough to do that. So maybe one day, but we'll see. Help me out with this game the most. That's awesome, Chris. Hell yeah. Almost got the ID card. Well, guess what? I'm about to raid you into somebody where you can continue earning said ID card. So lucky dog. Maybe the kids are older. Yeah, it's just honestly what it is. It's not even necessarily the age of the kids. It's just feeling comfortable enough that I can take care of my family while doing it. I think that's the biggest thing, is making sure that I know I can take care of my family. That's the number one. It will always be the number one. So when I feel like I can do that, then we'll think about it. You have three. I have 2 boys and 1 girl. What? I have 2 boys. I don't know what that means. 32 boys is crazy. Oh my God. I have 2 boys and 1 girl. I assume that's what you meant. 32 boys. We just really wanted that girl. We just kept going and going and going. Oh my God. 2 boys and a girl. That's literally what I have too. I have 2 older boys and then a girl as well. Yeah. That's good. That's funny. 3 kiddos of my own and 6. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. Did you say 6? As in, wait. As in you were a surrogate 6 times? No, wait, no. You have 6 because of a surrogate. Surrogate 4 times. I had 2 sets of twins. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, it's funny. So my wife has gone through the surrogate process. She was a surrogate once, and they like warned the intended parents, the IPs. They were like, if this is twins, they ask you all those questions. They're like, if this is twins, you're cool with that, right? And they're like, I guess. I guess so. 2 boys, 2 girls in the house where all the teens come to hang out. Oh my God. One set was planned and one set was not. And now look at you. And now look at you. That's awesome though. That takes a strong person. That takes a strong human. Got to commend you with that. All right. Let's get out of here and raid before the ads happen. All right. If you are a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, the next message is for you. Creepy tier 3s, they get their own. We are going to go visit another Kinetic partner. So that way, if you guys are earning animated badges, you can continue earning animated badges. Our next viewer day is going to be the first week of August. I'm not sure what the hell we're doing Friday, but I can tell you this much, that we're probably going to have an extra stream this weekend as well. We'll see what happens. But you all are awesome. I love you all. Thank you for all the love today. I will see you on Friday for more fun. Bye.